Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make it.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938.
Good afternoon, everybody. We welcome you to our coverage of Viking basketball today here on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, along with our video coverage at newsdakota.com. And you can find us as well on the Valley City State University Viking Athletics YouTube channel with video coverage today, and also welcoming our friends in the western part of the state today in Dickinson on KDIX in Dickinson as we pinch hit for Rod here this afternoon for Blue Hawk basketball as Dickinson State visits Valley City State today in a conference doubleheader to wrap up a full conference weekend, one of the few full conference weekends that we have this year in the final year of the North Star Athletic Association. Ryan Cunningham with you for day 2 of the conference weekend. Things went okay for Dickinson State last night up in Mayville. Things were an 0-for-2 night here in Valley City for Valley City State. The Viking women were beaten last night by a score of 72-54 by the University of Jamestown. The Jimmies, they were understaffed last night, you could say. The Vikings were missing Ashlyn Deemert, who is back in the lineup today for Valley City State, and hopefully that will give the Viking women the boost that they need to try to find their first conference victory of the year. Their loss last night dropped them to 0-3 inside conference play, currently 8-7 in the overall campaign. The Viking men got into a back-and-forth affair with the University of Jamestown last night, with each team having half a dozen point leads, and the leads being no bigger than 6 until very late in the game when the Jimmies took an 8-point lead. The Vikings were beaten by a score of 85-81 in that matchup, and the Viking men fall to 1-2 inside conference play. They'll take on a Dickinson State University team that had an eventful night in Mayville, particularly in the men's side last night. The Blue Hawks last night were beaten 67-46 at the hands of Mayville State University, which is not a bad loss at all. Mayville State has a very good team, and despite that 0-2 record that they had going, they're really a much better team than that, and we know that. They had a tough couple of pieces of luck when they went on the road against Bellevue, Nebraska, and of course had to play Dakota State, the conference leaders, and so that loss last night for the Blue Hawks at Mayville State, certainly not a bad one, but what is concerning for Blue Hawk fans is the fact that they were held to just 46 points. They're looking for better than that today as they get set to take on Valley City State. And on the men's side of things, well, we'll see what kind of night it was for Dickinson State last night. The Blue Hawks got into a game with Mayville State last night and won at Mayville, which is tough to do right now, 89-85. In double overtime last night. An unbelievable game for Dickinson State on the road to get that victory last night in Mayville. And now tonight, the Blue Hawks will have an opportunity to make it a 2-for-2 weekend on the road, which is, again, a very difficult feat to perform when you're in this league. And what we've seen right now as far as men's play is concerned is that the margins are very, very small. The margin last night between the Vikings and Jimmies was 4. That was the same margin for Dickinson State in an overtime win over the University of Jamestown earlier this year. And so when you get to that point, you're looking at thin margins there. The Vikings won in overtime at Dakota State. Mayville State won at Dakota State on a thin margin as well. So right now, what we're seeing as far as North Star Athletic Association play in this conference is that things are really tight. And it's not going to be a really large margin for anybody that goes out and earns a win in this conference. So earning one of those is a big deal, and the Vikings are hopeful of doing that here today at home. And, of course, Dickinson State, a rare opportunity to go on the road and sweep a doubleheader as far as the road setting is concerned. When you can do that, you feel pretty good about where your season is at right now. But you get the idea as we start January that there are a lot of things to figure out when it comes down in this conference. That's going to make every night out a special night right? It's going to make every night out an entertaining night. That's what we have for you here today at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we bring you our Sanford Health Valley City pregame report, brought to you today by Sanford Health. Here for all and here for good. Again, those of you that are taking this one in on the radio side of things today, you have the opportunity to take it in on the video side of things as well. If you'd so choose, you can go to newsdakota.com tab, and you'll find a video section. The video link will be there for you to take this in via video. You can also search out VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and you'll be able to take in the video coverage there as well as we get this one started tonight. And those of you on the radio side of things, will try to keep you entertained for the course of a women's and men's basketball doubleheader here today at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, and we hope that you'll stay with us for the course of this one today. The women's tip-off scheduled for 3, the men's tip-off is scheduled for 5, and in the course of our pregame report today on the women's side, we'll take a look at the up-to-date standings after last night's matchups in the league. We'll also take a look at the players to watch for both teams. We'll introduce you to who it is that is going to make some waves here today in the women's matchup, and our starting lineups in basketball, as we mentioned, are set to be played at 3 o'clock this afternoon Central. That would be 2 o'clock for those of you out in the Mountain Time Zone today, and we're glad you joined us for this one here today. So do stay with us as we bring you what should be a very entertaining matchup between these two teams today. The Vikings and the Blue Hawks renewing their rivalry again here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse on the campus of Valley City State University. Another opportunity to start wishing the North Star goodbye as we all get ready to go into a new league together coming up next year, but still a lot of things to compete for in this league this year. So stay with us and we'll tell you more about it as we continue with our pregame report. Again, our pregame report brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. When we come back, we'll take a look at the up-to-date standings after last night's matchup, so do stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today on KDIX in Dickinson, on KOVC in Valley City, the home of the Vikings, and also on YouTube at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel with video coverage at newsdakota.com. We're back with more in a moment.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News & World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball today here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX in Dickinson. And those of you taking in video coverage today on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel along with newsdakota.com, welcome to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, where Valley City State and Dickinson State renewed their rivalry. The Blue Hawks come to town for a women's and men's doubleheader to get things started with the women, and the men will follow things up today with the doubleheader schedule for 3 and 5 o'clock. Ryan Cunningham with you here today. I'll be joined by Olivia Ingstead with our video coverage coming up later on this afternoon, and glad to be with you for what should be an exciting day. It's a cold one I don't know how those of you in the western part of the state are doing. You typically do a little better with the cold than we do here in the east. Here in the east, started out the day around 13, 14 below zero, perhaps colder. And it looks like we were threatening to get up to perhaps 5 degrees above zero today based on what I've saw on the thermometer, if you will, inside the pickup. I don't always know how accurate those are, but we weren't expected to get above zero. So if we were there today in Valley City, we'll take it as a win against this polar vortex that's coming. And it's nice to have basketball indoors. Not that it's ever outdoors, but an outdoor sport today would stink. So being indoors, good place to be today. And the Vikings and Blue Hawks will keep it warm for us today here at the Fieldhouse in our doubleheader that we have for you. Our pregame report brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. Let's take a look at our up-to-date standings that we have after last night's matchups in the North Star Athletic Association. There was some movement on the top of the standings. Last night, the University of Jamestown was 1-0, and Dakota State was 2-0. Dakota State and Bellevue did not play last night, but obviously the Jamestown Jimmies did, and they came up with a win here at the Fieldhouse by a score of 72-54. And that moved the University of Jamestown to 2-0 inside conference play, and they're currently 12-1 overall. And those of you watching on our video feed at newsdakota.com or at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, you can see on your screen that a 12-1 record is pretty darn good based on the brethren that they're in right now in the conference. Dakota State at 10-3, Idle last night, also 2-0. And then Bellevue University is 2-0, currently 10-4 overall. There are some very good records in the top 4 teams in this conference. Mayville State had a really tough run of luck on the road at Dakota State and at Bellevue. Probably some of the longer road trips that you have to take. Dickinson State going to Bellevue, I believe, would currently be the longest road trip in the North Star Athletic Association, but anybody going to Bellevue is going to travel a bit. And going down there, Mayville State had a tough couple of games against Bellevue in their gym, which we're finding out is a difficult place to play. And then also at Dakota State, who's ranked 6th in the nation. And they came away 0-2 after their conference weekend. They moved to 11-4 with their 21-point win last night over Dickinson State by a score of 67-46. The Vikings fall to 0-3 in the conference, 8-7 overall. And right now, Dickinson State at 0-2 in the conference and 5-8 overall. The Vikings and the Blue Hawks are the teams that are winless right now in the North Star Athletic Association. So somebody here today in the front end of our doubleheader is going to crack into the win column for the first time this season inside the conference. It'll either be Valley City State University or Dickinson State University that makes it in there. And the road doesn't get any easier. Coming up, the Vikings are going to go to Mayville State. The Vikings are going to go to Dickinson State. And then they're going to go to Jamestown before they have the opportunity to welcome back their next round of home games. Actually, they will play Mayville State here coming up this coming Friday. Then they go to Dickinson. Then they go to Jamestown. They've got another road trip at Mayville State before they get to come home to take on Dakota State and Bellevue University. And the Vikings have to go to Bellevue and Dakota State twice this year. So when they were drawing straws, on the one hand, you can say, well, you have the opportunity to get Jamestown in your home gym twice out of 3 as the Jimmies move on to a different league, and your rival gets to come in here twice, so you get 2 shows against them at home, only 1 on the road. I guess that's the win. But the loss in that is that you get those 2 monster road trips this year to go down to Bellevue and Dakota State twice. And the last time around, it was Saturday, Sunday. The next time around, it will be Friday, Saturday. But after today, Mayville State coming here so you can see what these games mean for the Vikings. If you don't get this one, you're going to be in the number 6 spot in the conference, and everybody that you're looking up at is a really tough out. I mean, Mayville State, you haven't played yet, but they've been ranked this season. The University of Jamestown, Dakota State ranked. Bellevue's tough to play. You had them down there, and a game that the Vikings should have won didn't. But if you lose this one today, you're chasing everybody in the North Star Athletic Association, and for Dickinson State, they're in the same boat. You can see it on your screen. You're in the bottom of the pack if you drop this one today. So there's a lot on the line in women's basketball in this matchup today. So we'll see how the teams deal with the added pressure of trying to crack into the win column for the first time. Those are our conference standings, and they're brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. We continue with our pregame report from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in a couple of moments. We're going to take a pause on the pregame report. When we come back, we'll take a look at the players to watch in this one. We'll introduce you to the Vikings. We'll introduce you to Jimmy's that are going to be the leaders on the floor when this one gets started today. So stay with us for that coming up here in just a couple of moments as we continue our pregame show today from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. It's the Vikings and the Blue Hawks today in our coverage of college basketball. Here in the Voice of the Valley, the Voice of the Vikings, KOVC, KDIX, the Voice of the Blue Hawks in Dickinson, with video coverage at newsdakota.com and on the VCSU Vikings, the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We're back with more in a couple of moments. Stay with us.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
You're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of college basketball. Valley City State versus Dickinson State today. The Blue Hawks in the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse to take on the Vikings today. Here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, with the Voice of the Blue Hawks, KDIX and Dickinson, joining us here today as well. Video coverage at newsdakota.com. Underneath the video link, go to our homepage, newsdakota.com. Look underneath the video tab, and you'll be able to find the, look under the sports tab, and you'll find the video link there. The post is the very top one, and you'll be able to take this one in with video coverage. And if you have your smart device, you can search out VCSU Athletics on YouTube and pull it up right on your smart TV in your home, so you can take this one in today as the Vikings battle Dickinson State University in conference basketball this afternoon. Let's take a look at some of the players to watch in this one today as our pregame report continues. Brought to you by Sanford Health, Valley City, here for all and here for good. First of all, for the Vikings, the good news today for Valley City State is that you're going to see Ashlyn Deemer slowly moving across your screen, and now you're going to see Ashlyn Deemer back in the lineup today for the Vikings, and that's important. Ashlyn was away yesterday, had a family issue to take care of, and so today back in the lineup, and the Vikings are very happy to have her back today. 13 points, 6 points per game, second leading scorer on the team right now, bested by 6-foot freshman Abby Oslison by just 0.2 of a point, and Abby has had a solid run inside the league. You see a 20-point per game performer in the freshman from Howard, South Dakota. And again, for those of you that are new to Abby Oslison's story and are Vikings fans, or for those of you that are from Dickinson State, Abby Oslison's a really interesting story. She had a sister that played at Dakota State, and her plaque is already on the wall down at Dakota State University. I saw it when we were down there for the road trip before Christmas. And she has a brother that's currently playing at Dakota Wesleyan. So Abby's from Howard, South Dakota. One of them went to Madison, one of them went to Mitchell. And Abby decided to break the mold, venture out, and be her own player. and she's here at Valley City State, and they're happy to have her, a 6-foot freshman, averaging 20 points per game in the conference run that she's had so far. J.C. Richter on the right-hand side of your screen was a real gem last night for the Vikings at 5'7", and of course, two-sport player. She's the libero on the volleyball team. She worked her way inside, hit a bunch of fadeaway jumpers yesterday when the Vikings were missing Ashlyn Deemer. Had 12 first-half points on 6 field goals. Right now averaging 12 points per game in the conference, and it's one of those players where she kind of struggles to catch up. You make a run late in the volleyball season, you don't get to come over to the basketball team until a little bit later, but JC's handled it extremely well as far as being a two-sport athlete for the Vikings, and had a really good night last night to set a tone for Valley City State, and the Vikings absolutely needed that as they were missing Ashlyn Deemer in the lineup. But good to have Ashlyn back right there in the middle of your screen, an all-conference performer, and the Vikings will put their best lineup that they can on the floor today. Now for Dickinson State University, we've got on the left-hand side of your screen today a former Miss Basketball out of Hettinger. She's from Reeder, North Dakota. Samantha Ose is her name, and Samantha was a huge part of a state tournament run for the Hettinger, I believe they're Hettinger Scranton nowadays. I know them as the Hettinger Black Devils from days gone by, but she was on a very, very good girls basketball team there. Started her career at Black Hills State University and then transferred to Dickinson State, and right now averaging 13.4 points per game, and she's a very difficult player to deal with, a 6-footer that can go inside, and she'll test Abby Osleson today. That's one of the key matchups to watch in this one, and we're seeing it more and more all the time in the women's game for the Vikings. You've got Abby Osleson, a 6-foot freshman, playing in a post against a lot of players in this league with a lot of experience, and Sam Ose is going to be one of those players. And the way a lot of teams have adjusted to that is to get very physical with the young Abby Osleson. Down at Dakota State, she got physical back. And we'll see if she does that, because we're sure that Sam Ost is going to test her that way coming up here in this first matchup of the day. Caden Steele, 11.2 points per game. Catherine Fox, 10.2 points per game. Catherine Fox has been in foul trouble when we've seen her against the Vikings in the past, and we haven't had a chance really in the last couple of years to see her full game against Valley City State. We'll see if she stays in the game here today, because I know foul trouble at Dickinson last year really sidelined what she could do, and she had some mild foul trouble here in the matchup last year as well. So we'll see what she can do if she can play that full game for Dickinson State. But you do see a lot of experience on this Dickinson State University Blue Hawk team. They just haven't been able to turn that into wins as of yet this year, but there's some capable players on this Dickinson State University women's team, and so we'll look forward to seeing what it is that they can do here today as well for the Blue Hawks as they take on the Vikings. Should be a very evenly matched matchup today. We're looking for a very good girls, or I should say women's game, to get this started before we get into the men's game coming up. But Sam Ose, former Miss Basketball player, she'll be the leader going out there for Dickinson State University today. And those are the players to watch in this one today, brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. We'll take a break on our pregame report, come back with some news and notes, and get ready for our national anthem. Starting lineups and basketball here today as we get set for conference play. The Vikings, the Blue Hawks. It's Dickinson State at Valley City State today here on KOVC, the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley. KDIX in Dickinson with our coverage video-wise at newsdakota.com and also on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We come back with more in our pregame report in just a moment.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
For those of you on the radio side of things, apologies. We had a couple of false starts, and in that last opportunity to step away, we appreciate your patience for that. Welcome back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. We're getting ready for our national anthem that we have for you here today, and we'll follow that up with starting lineups and the start of our women's matchup here today from the Fieldhouse as the Vikings get set to take on Dickinson State University today. We'll have our national anthem and then our starting lineups on the way. But ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's pause for our national anthem. We'll keep it here. We'll bring you the national anthem today. Our national anthem presented here at the Fieldhouse. National anthem performed here today at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. That gets us ready for basketball on the women's side of things. Before we go to our starting lineups, we owe you a station identification break, so we'll go ahead and take care of that. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification with our starting lineups for women's basketball to follow. This is our coverage of college basketball on KDIX and KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you here today from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we get set for Dickinson State at Valley City State University today. Should be a fantastic matchup in the heart of the North Star Athletic Association. The Blue Hawks come into the matchup looking for their first conference win. The Vikings do as well. Dickinson State is 0-2 in the league, 5-8 overall. The Vikings are 0-3 in conference play, currently 8-7 in the overall campaign. Here are your starting lineups for today's matchup. They're brought to you by CHI Mercy Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. For Dickinson State, the guards are Angelica Shanrock, a 5'8 junior from Sparks, Nevada. Caden Steele, a 5'7 senior from Newell, South Dakota. Tinley Pearson, a 5'7 senior from Casey, Wyoming. The forward is Catherine Fox, a 5'8 senior from White Shield, North Dakota. More on that in a moment. And Samantha Ose, 6' senior from Reeder, North Dakota, will start in the post today for Eric Nelson in his 6th year as the head coach for Dickinson State. For the Vikings today, the guards are Elise Hebrink, a 5'5 senior from Austin, Minnesota. Ellie Broughton, a 5'3 sophomore from West Hope, North Dakota. Ashlyn Deemer, a 5'9 senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. The forwards, J.C. Richter, a 5'7 junior from Linton, North Dakota. And Abby Oslison, a 6' freshman from Howard, South Dakota. Vanessa Johnson, in her 8th season as head coach of the Vikings, assisted by Taylor Henningsgaard. We mentioned Catherine Fox is from White Shield. White Shield, her alma mater, will be here for boys basketball in Valley City coming up on Tuesday as part of the Barnes County Tournament. The Valley City Highlanders will play White Shield in the opening round of that tournament. That should be a great matchup that comes up to see somebody from well outside of the general area, if you will. And we're looking forward to bringing those Barnes County Tournament matchups to you on KOVC, and we'll have video coverage on newsdakota.com of those as well. So make sure you join us for those coming up this coming week. That tournament will get started on Tuesday. White Shield, Valley City will start it off. Sam Ose versus Abby Oslison. The tip is controlled by the Blue Hawks, and Angelica Shanrock will bring it into the front court, and they'll put Sam Ose on the high post to get things started. Ose, a toss to Catherine Fox. That'll be a turnover. Looking to the corner for Catherine Fox, and a bit of a miscommunication between Ose and Fox, and Ose kind of shaking her head up the way of the floor. Neither player looked at one another on that one, and We'll have to watch how that relationship goes today. Looked like a 2-3 zone, but this will be player to player for Dickinson State as the Vikings come into the front court. Osleson gets stripped from behind, but is able to hold a basketball off the floor on the right elbow. She'll turn it back to Elise Hebring. Now Broughton on the left wing taking a look with the shot clock approaching 10. Broughton curling off a screen right, kicking out right corner. Hebring a head fake, turns it back to Deemer. The shot clock's at 5. Deemer wants a screen, gets it. We've got an illegal screen against Abby Osleson. So the Vikings didn't look particularly sharp on their opening offensive possession either. A foul offensively that counters a turnover by Dickinson State. And with 37 seconds of the opening quarter gone by, Blue Hawks get the basketball back. Caden Steele up front for Dickinson State, out to Oast, picked off. Abby Osleson stepped in front of the passing lane. Osleson stopped, head fake, turnaround, and a high bank shot that's missed. Rebound goes loose along the baseline, and Catherine Fox will run it down for Dickinson State. She'll play out to Sam Oast, who took an extra dribble and then got a shot blocked by Abby Osleson, and the ball's going to stay up front with Dickinson State. It looked like Sam Oast lost her footing on that. We'll take a look at it in the video side of things on the newsdakota.com replay, and you saw that extra dribble from Sam Oast right underneath the basket. It looks like she perhaps lost where she was on the floor at that point. Shanrock will drive in with the left hand, will score, and Helika Shanrock driving out of the left corner scores the first 2 points of the game, and it's 2-0 in favor of Dickinson State over Valley City State. Up front, ball with Ellie Broughton. Hands off to J.C. Richter on the right elbow. A big physical dribble inside against Catherine Fox. Bounce pass to Osleson on the foul line. Osleson stopping, back to Richter, right corner, left alone 3. She hits it. J.C. Richter picking up where she left off in the first half last night. A 3 to start the day. And the Vikings take a 3-2 lead on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. A 1-point edge for the Vikings after a minute and a half. Ball on the left side of the floor with Tinley Pearson. Bounce pass from Fox to Sam Oast on the high post again. She'll hand off to Caden Steele. Driving hard against Broughton to the right hand. High bank, score it. Caden Steele, second leading scorer on the team. Hard take to the basket, averaging 11-2. That was a good play, guard to guard. Just isolating against Ellie Broughton, driving in and scoring. Lead back to Dickinson State by 1. Elise Hebring found an alley to drive, misses off the window. Rebound Sam Oast and a quick push up the floor to Steele for Dickinson State. Ball comes back to Oast foul line. Long mid-range jumper hit by Sam Oast. And the lead will move to 3 for Dickinson State as Sam Oast knocks down her first bucket of the day. 6-3 in favor of the Blue Hawks. Vikings back into the front court. 2.5 gone by the opening quarter. Ellie Broughton out of the right corner, getting a screen from Osleson. Screen and roll. Osleson will take the bounce past the baseline. A fall away, trying to get over Oast, left it short. And Sam Oast another rebound. Very tough start offensively today for Valley City State. It's been cold. Blue Hawks into the front court, and Helika Shanrock loops a high pass back out to the high post for Sam Oast. Oast will hand it off to Catherine Fox, flexing from left to right. Fox back to the basket, driving left, going to the glass and scoring. And right now the Vikings have a couple of defensive mismatches they're struggling to counter. The previous matchup up the floor, Caden Steele just took Ellie Broughton to the glass. This time, Catherine Fox takes Elise Hebrink down low, and it's 8-3 Dickinson State. Drive by J.C. Richter, and a shot gets rejected by Sam Oast, who's had a good game away from the basketball today. Oast, couple of big rebounds coming up defensively on those. That time a blocked shot. And we'll see a change by the Vikings as Tilda Maritzen, a 6-foot junior out of Ängelholm, Sweden, comes in for the first time, taking Osleson's spot in the post. Richter takes the inbounds pass, has it stripped. 3 Blue Hawks were around her. Loose ball to Sam Oast, and then a turnover by the Blue Hawks in transition. And after Richter got stripped, a frustrated Vanessa Johnson stood up off the bench and looked immediately down towards another player, and Madison Spacier, 5'11 junior forward out of Watford City, North Dakota, will come in to take her place. 8-3 Blue Hawks with 6:35 to play in the opening quarter. On top, drive to the left side of the paint and a pull-up, very awkward hook shot coming from Ashlyn Deemer that's missed. Catherine Fox comes down with the rebound, and the Blue Hawks run into the front court, then sag back and get ready offensively. Tinley Pearson, top of the key, being harassed by Broughton. She'll work to Sam Oast again on the high post. Oast a stop, kicking right side. Shanrock an open 3. That's missed. Pearson a weak side offensive rebound for Dickinson State. Out to Steele, who tries the 3 and hits it. Caden Steele will make it an 11-3 matchup in favor of Dickinson State in the early going. Vikings trying to push tempo. Deemer driving underneath the basket. Kicks out to Hebrink. A right corner 3 is good for Elise Hebrink, and the Vikings get an answer. Cuts the lead to 5. Dickinson State rather poised and not quite sharp, but poised in the early going to take that 11-3 lead. We see a turnover here as a little lackadaisical with the ball was Tinley Pearson, got stripped from behind. Vikings with it, drive, Deemer trying to kick down low to Maritzen. That ball was deflected, ends up out of bounds off the Blue Hawk. It'll stay Viking basketball, and Dickinson State will send Whitney Edwards, 5'11 junior out of Hill City, South Dakota. I think we've all dropped a little money in Hill City, South Dakota from time to time, have we not? One of the tourist destinations down in the Black Hills. Backdoor cut. Deemer got to the glass and scores. Little high-low game, and Ashlyn Deemer goes in to score her first basket today. Good feed from Tilda Maritzen, and the Vikings get back to within 3. It's 11-8. Dickinson State halfway through the opening quarter. Crossover dribble. Pearson on the top of the key for the Blue Hawks. A stop and a look to the left wing. Instead turns it back out to the stripe. Shanrock, couple of jab steps with the basketball. Coming back to the top for Whitney Edwards. Edwards stopping and looking. Back to it on the near side. Caden Steele. Steele right wing driving around Maritzen. Cuts to Catherine Fox. Shot missed. Offensive board. Edwards put back, draws a foul. Whitney Edwards got some inside position, and the foul going to be called from the far side of the perimeter against Madison Spacier. Be Spacier's first and the second against the Vikings. Dickinson State playing some rather iron player type of basketball right now. Over 5 minutes into the game, and they have not yet gone to their bench. Steele on the top of the key. Correction, they did. Edwards is in the game. My apologies, folks. A post entry to Edwards in the high post. Loops over her head. Vikings take it away. A drive up the floor. Ellie Broughton looking to Olivia, this is Olivia Backus that got inside for the Vikings. Backus has a ball knocked away. Gets it back. Tries a three out of the left corner. Hits it. And the game is tied. 8-0 run for the Vikings. Olivia Backus sneaking into the game on us. 5'6" sophomore from Sandy, Utah, hits a three out of the left corner. She was one of the lone three-point threats last night when the Vikings were missing Ashlyn Deemer. Had a nice look from the corners on a couple of occasions against the Jimmies. Catherine Fox on top, and here's an illegal screen against Dickinson State. Maybe Whitney Edwards in the post, and that's what it's going to be. Whitney Edwards will pick up her first foul, and the opening foul today against the Blue Hawks. Elise Hebrink in for the Vikings. She's going to replace Ashlyn Deemert. And we'll see a change for Dickinson State as well. J.L. Garfield, a 5'9 freshman from Wolf Point, Montana, makes her way into the matchup for the first time. Spacier, top of the key, catch and shoot three off the front of the rim, and a rebound down to Shanrock for Dickinson State. Tied 11 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, 11 each, the Vikings and the Blue Hawks. Shanrock given an alley with the right hand, drives, misses, gets her own miss, turns back to that right hand, second scoop, that won't go, and Maritzen comes down with a rebound. But another old board surrendered by the Vikings here in the early going, and that's been a problem as well. Spacier, left wing, top to Broughton. She's got an open three. It's off the side of the backboard. Ellie struggled with that shot as of late. Outlet pass, Caden Steele looking up the floor to Shanrock on the break, and threw it behind her. Ball ends up out of bounds, and it will go back to the Vikings. The one place where the Blue Hawks have struggled a bit today is in the turnover category. They have turned it over more often than most teams would be comfortable with. Inbounds pass comes into Ellie Broughton for Valley City State. Ellie Powell enters the game for the Vikings. Powell coming in for her first minutes today. 5'11", sophomore forward out of Bowman, North Dakota. Former Bowman County Bulldog, and on a shot by the Vikings, we'll see a foul away from the basketball. Whitney Edwards will pick up her second for Dickinson State. And that's going to prompt Edwards to step out of the game. Sam Ose, who had stepped out for her, will now come back in for Dickinson State. Powell to inbound. Spacier, mid-range from 10, hits it. Madison Spacier, catch and shoot. The Vikings have responded with a solid 10-0 run after falling behind 11-3 to take a 13-11 lead with 3:10 to play in the opening quarter. Ball comes out top of the key against Sam Ost on the high post. She'll stop her dribble, turning and pivoting, trying to come back for open ground. Garfield looks to go back to Ost on a screen and roll, and instead the ball's denied by the Vikings. Ellie Powell knocks it away. Vikings back into the front court. Backus a drive, double pivot off the glass. It rolls in and out. She had a good look that time as she went up and under on Tate Cone, 5'6" junior out of Lemon, South Dakota, that's coming to the game for the Blue Hawks. And Cone takes over as I guess you could call her point guard at this point. More on that in a moment. A drive near side. Garfield from 6 in the mid-range will score in the lane. J.L. Garfield has her first 2 points, and we're tied at 13 as the Vikings move back into the front court with the basketball. On the right side, Broughton looking to Hebrink. Spacier back to Broughton out of the right corner. Shot clock half expired as Broughton takes a look, gets a screen from Ellie Powell, drives opposite the screen towards the baseline on Caden Steele. Kick out left corner, Spacier, open three, Backus left wing. It's off the backside of the rim, won't fall, and no board. Powell turn, fall away off the glass. Ellie Powell for two. Nice play by Ellie Powell. The Vikings believe she's got a really high ceiling as a sophomore. She was injured at the beginning of the season, a bad injury, took her out of commission for about 6 weeks, and she's trying to get her sea legs back under her, but she scores there to make it 15-13. The Vikings back up 2. Drive left side, J.L. Garfield out to Ose, right elbow jumper that's strong off the heel. Powell has a ground ball rebound. She'll turn it away to Backus, and here come the Vikings back up front with 1:35 to play in the opening quarter. Spacier, a left corner three. That's money. Madison Spacier stepping into a three. And the Vikings go up 18-13. They were down 11-3. They've responded with a 15-2 run. And with 1:20 left to go in the quarter, they've got a 5-point lead. A drive, Shamrock hard off the glass is too strong. On a drive to her right hand. Vikings come away with a rebound with Spacier. Off to Elise Hebrink out of the right corner. Stop, kick out, Spacier. Thought about the three, drew a defender. Finds Powell out on the right side of the floor. Powell asking for support. Screen set by Powell. Ellie Broughton driving left side, kicking left corner to Spacier. Spacier will look in, a workout. Backus, hard take to the basket. Banks one in as the shot clock was about to expire. Olivia Backus with 5, scoring over Caden Steele, and it's 20-13. The Vikings by 3 possessions with 40 seconds left to go in the opening quarter. Shamrock, the Euro, the kick out. On the right side, a head fake for 3 by Cone. Cone then pivots to the right, pulls up on a mid-range jumper that's missed. Ose, an offensive rebound. That'll draw a foul against Valley City State. Hebrink doesn't like the call, but she'll be the guilty party, her first. And that will be team foul number 2, I believe. Nope, 3 against the Vikings. And we'll see the Blue Hawks making a pair of changes. Dickinson State will send Kiri Aldridge in, a 5'10 junior from Riverton, Utah. And we'll also see Dylan Studley, a 5'7 sophomore from Belfouche, South Dakota. Ose's first foul shot is off the heel of the rim and won't fall. We've watched this Blue Hawk team now for the first quarter, and when you see a point guard with possession of the basketball on the top, really that's just to get the Blue Hawks into their offense as Ose knocks down the second. It's pretty clear with Ose handling the ball as much as she has out of the high post that it's Sam Ose's team to quarterback at this point. She gets the ball, high post, takes a look around, and sort of runs the team. And so the point guard spot for the Blue Hawks may be a bit symbolic. Sam Ose is the player that's going to distribute the basketball where it needs to go. Shot clock, game clock separated by about a second. The Vikings with the basketball looking for the final possession of the opening half. A drive by Deemer to stop underneath, looking for Powell. Sam Ose knocked it away. Takeaway by the Blue Hawks. Kick out right side, and Studley at the horn threw one up and over the glass, and that'll be the end of the opening half of basketball. Vikings rally from down by a big number. They were down 11-3. They'll lead 20-14 at the end of the opening quarter of basketball. The second quarter is on the way next here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. This is our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball on KOVC and KDIX. Video coverage, newsdakota.com, VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and we're back with more in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to Viking basketball on KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX. End of a quarter. The Vikings lead by a score of 20-14. over Dickinson State. We'll have first quarter numbers coming up in a couple of moments. Vikings with the basketball to start the second quarter play. J.C. Richter, left wing for Valley City State. The Vikings were down 11-3, ended the quarter with a 17-3 run to lead by 6 as we start the second. Broughton driving in, kicking out, Spacer to Richter. Left wing three is an air ball. And Abby Osselson trying to save the rebound as it trickled out of bounds, saved it back in to Dylan Studley. And the Blue Hawks are into the front court, down by 6. Ball on the right side of the floor taken by J.L. Garfield. Garfield looking back towards the left wing, finding the ball back out towards the left side for Curie Aldridge, who checked in right at the end of the opening quarter of play. Back near side for Garfield to stop. A look in by Ose off the glass, she'll score. And we just saw the play that we were talking about in the pregame report tonight. Sam Ose getting the ball in the post and bumping Abby Osselson to win that matchup. That's the way the teams are choosing to play against Osselson in the post as of late. They're getting physical. Diemert with the double pivot was able to draw J.L. Garfield, and that will be a foul against Garfield. That will send Diemert to the foul line. We'll take a look at that again on our newsdakota.com replay. You'll have an opportunity to see how Ose sets up that basket. Ose on the near side of the floor. She'll end up going inside, and as she gets it, the turn, the bump right there just to displace Abby Osselson. And that's how you're seeing a lot of teams decide to play against Osselson right now, to use that physicality to their advantage against the younger post player. First foul shot, no good for Ashlyn Diemert. The second does fall, and it's 21-16. The Viking lead is currently 5. We have our first quarter numbers coming up in a moment. J.L. Garfield up the floor for Dickinson State, looking left side to Curie Aldridge. Aldridge a behind the back dribble, back to Garfield, and now Ose on the high post. She'll drive right, hard take to the basket, scoop layup high that's missed, and a rebound foul. I think they're going to get Spacer on the back of Curie Aldridge, and that's going to be the call, and Madison Spacer off the bench now has 2. Numbers at the end of the opening quarter. The Blue Hawks turned it over 8 times in the first quarter. We mentioned that as we took a look at it. However, the Blue Hawks out-rebounded the Vikings 12-6, 5-3 in the offensive glass. Both teams shot respectably. The Vikings 44.4%. The Blue Hawks are an even 40% from the field. Ose again, this time hooks Osselson and scores. Sam Ose turning to her right side. Cuts the lead to 3 at 21-18. A kick to the near side. Diemert catch and shoot 3, left corner, rattles in and out. And a rebound pulled down by Aldridge for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks an opportunity to get back up the floor after trailing by 3 possessions. They could cut it to 1 or tie on this possession. Ball by Ose on the left wing. Kicking out towards the left side, and a 3 on the way from the wing that rattles in and out from Tate Cohn. Rebound on the baseline, pulled down by Ellie Broughton for the Vikings. Vikings back up front, leading by 3. Hebrink on the right side, kicking out to Richter. Richter pulls up for 3. That is an air ball. The Vikings have been struggling from the three-point line in some situations here lately. They hit a couple of early threes, and they've sort of cooled off from beyond the arc at this point. Osselson will step out of the game once again. Tilda Maritzen returns for the Vikings. And the Blue Hawks will make a couple of changes as well. And Helika Shanrock is back into the matchup for Dickinson State, and we'll see Bray Enabo, a 6-foot junior from Conrad, Montana, coming into the matchup for the first time. Blue Hawks into the front court. A stop and a look, pivot on the near side of the floor, trapped on the play was Tate Cohn. Cohen off to the right side, stopping, looking right wing for Curie Aldridge. Back to Cohn, coming back out towards the wing. Turns it back, top of the key. A look inside, high post, and around Maritzen. We'll see Bray Enabo coming up with her first 2 points today. Enabo just turning, and the Blue Hawks finding something to work with in the post right now. They are trailing by 1. They've cut the lead for the Vikings down to 21-20. Elise Hebrink taking a look. Top of the key, finding Ellie Broughton. Ashlyn Diemert on the left wing. Looking inside for Maritzen, trying to post up. Now Maritzen sets the screen. It frees Diemert. She tried to make a hard run to the basket, ended up leaving the ball behind, pulls up against Garfield and drew a foul. J.L. Garfield is not pleased with the call, but Garfield will pick up her second, and this will put Ashlyn Diemert on the foul line for Valley City State. Back and forth game. Dickinson State led 11-3 in the early going. The Vikings responded with a 17-3 run to close the opening quarter. Took a 20-14 lead. Right now, they'll lead 21-20 as the Blue Hawks have fought back. Diemert's first is no good. Ashlyn, meanwhile, away yesterday, and right now she's going to take a couple of steps away from the foul line. She's frustrated. Coming back to the foul line for the second. Number 2 on the way for Deemer. That one finds the mark, nothing but net. She's got 4. And the Vikings push their lead back to 2. And now we'll look at some full court pressure. Going to play it player to player. Catherine Fox back in the game, getting away from J.C. Richter on a crossover dribble. Down to the baseline is stopped by Enebo. She traveled. Correction, not Enebo. Kiri Aldridge getting trapped underneath the basket. Transition play went too deep, and that ends up being a turnover against Dickinson State. The Vikings by 2, less than 7 to play in the opening half as the game has become a bit lethargic offensively. Both teams sort of struggling after some early adjustments by the other. Richter draws the crowd inside. Late turn, scores right over the front of the rim, posting up against Angelica Shanrock, and a beautiful play inside by J.C. Richter. She has 5 to go with that early 3 back in the opening quarter. Vikings back up 4, 24-20. Pearson back in the game for Dickinson State, looking towards the top of the key. Enebo driving in, kicking back to Angelica Shanrock. Shanrock traveled out in the top. She knew it too. Shanrock took that left-hand move, and when the whistle blew, she knew immediately what had happened. She put the ball on the floor to get ready. Caden Steele back into the matchup for Dickinson State. The Vikings leading by 4 once again, and now a chance to get back to a 6 or 7 point lead. They'll look inside in the post, and again, Richter turning left all alone, scoring off the glass. What a play inside for J.C. Richter. 5 feet 7 inches tall, continues to impress you by taking her defender into the post and finding a post move that she can work with. The lead back to 6 at 26-20. Ball top of the key, Bray Enebo for Dickinson State. Hands off to Catherine Fox, driving left against Maritzen, and a hands-on foul against Tilda Maritzen. Take a look at that again on our NewsDakota.com replay. You watch J.C. Richter inside for the Vikings. She just goes in and muscles up hard, then turns and came wide open. No help side defender coming over, which is a bit odd considering that J.C. Richter's had some success in that post. Shanrock, a handoff 3, she'll hit it. Angelica Shanrock with 5. Again, those of you hearing about our replay opportunities today, you can pick that up on our video coverage today. NewsDakota.com under the sports tab, find the video link. Elise Hebrink for 3. Rattles in and out, and Caden Steele pulls down the rebound for Dickinson State. You can also find the video coverage on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. A 3 the other way by Shanrock to answer. No good, but a rebound deflected in the air. Kept alive by Bray Enebo for the Blue Hawks. Dickinson State has it back. Angelica Shanrock, top of the key, stepping left, got around Deemer, tried to kick near side, and a kicked basketball by Elise Hebrink before a turnover by the Blue Hawks. We'll give it back to the Vikings. Rather, we'll give it to the Blue Hawks. That ball was in Hebrink's hands after she kicked it. She actually just reached out with a foot. I don't think she meant to kick the basketball. It deflected her foot, came up in her hands, and there was no one around for Dickinson State to take possession of that ball. Ball top of the key, picked up, little drive inside by Enebo, and then Deemer came in to take it away, but Enebo travels first. And the Vikings continue to defend Angelica Shanrock in a very interesting way. Shanrock's beaten them with her right hand already a couple of times today, but you can see Ellie Broughton is completely selling out against the left hand when she defends Shanrock player to player. Olivia Backus right side for Valley City State. The Vikings lead by 3. Backus kicking out left corner. Ellie Broughton fouled on the top of the key by Shanrock. Shanrock's first. That's team foul number 3 against the Blue Hawks. 1 more for Dickinson State to give here in the second quarter. Inbounds play will come in off the near side from Ashlyn Deemert. Deemer taking a look, and will kick it in, looking for Olivia Backus, and a foul against Caden Steele. That'll be the first against Steele, trying to deny a post-entry pass from the sideline. So now the Vikings shoot the penalty for a good 4-minute, 44-second chunk of the second quarter. That's not exactly where Dickinson State wanted to be at this point. Ball inside, Tilda Maritzen trying to post up down low, spins back to her left hand, pulls up off the glass, switched back to the right on the fadeaway, but missed it. We'll see a rebound foul coming up against the Vikings. That'll be the third against the Vikings. J.C. Richter has her first. It's been called very tightly so far today, and you don't see a lot of opportunities for the penalty in the women's basketball game unless it gets called extremely tightly, but this one has been taken to a place where contact is going to draw a whistle today. Caden Steele into Catherine Fox, left sideline. Fox trying to step away from pressure in the backcourt. Now dribbles up front against J.C. Richter. Fox on the top, looking left side, trying to get away from Richter. Screen set by Enebo to free her up. Fox took it, then had the ball poked loose. Richter pulled it free, but after she pulled it free, a held ball signal comes in from the baseline, and this is going to remain Dickinson State University basketball. So the Blue Hawks will keep it in the front court. Catherine Fox looks to step across the baseline to play the ball in. She'll do so. Steele cutting to the basket, got open, but again lost handle of the basketball. It comes out towards the right side of the floor. A stop and a look underneath. Ball rotates back out towards the top of the key. Enebo looking crossover, a stop. Now kicking near side. Caden Steele with a baseline drive against Backus at the horn. Threw one up from behind the backboard, and oh boy. I'm not sure what happened there. That shot hit the iron. I believe the official decided very late that the shot was not released before the shot clock horn went off, because the shot did hit iron. However, shot clock violation is the call, and that one just kind of a tough one to understand. It may have been the right call, but call came in a bit late, and that's going to lead teams to wonder exactly what went on. No real protest, though. Bray Enebo out by the stripe for Dickinson State with the basketball. Still 26-23. The Vikings by 3 in a very stagnant second quarter offensively. Enebo will change that with a turnaround jumper. Enebo's got 4, this time hitting from 12 feet away, and it's a 1-point lead for the Vikings at 26-25. Deemer right side for Valley City State, getting a screen from Maritza. A stop, a look in, back to Backus on the right side. Backus crossing over left hand, kicks out, looking for Broughton. It was deflected, but Broughton able to run it down. Near side, Deemer looking down low. Maritson trying to back her way in against Enebo. Double pivot, kicked out left corner. Backus a stop, the shot clock's at 5. Backus realizes it, pulls up for 3 with 3 to shoot, missed it. Richter trying to chase down a rebound, pulled it free, pulls up and misses. Looking for her own rebound and got it again, and this time Catherine Fox came crashing into her. Did that result in a held ball? Didn't see the held ball signal, but they are pointing Viking basketball, so it must have been tied up by Dickinson State. Tilda Maritson will step out of the game, and Ellie Powell will come in for the Vikings. They'll get a shot clock reset to 20 seconds, and the Vikings inbound. Backus on the right side, and a pass into Richter, too strong and over everybody. And it'll be a turnover to Dickinson State. Boy, neither team is going to look back on this second quarter and look at this offensive performance as one that they would wish to duplicate at this point. Tinley Pearson back in the game for Dickinson State. Sam Ose returns as well. Catherine Fox takes the inbounds pass for the Blue Hawks. Fox into the front court, being trailed up the floor by J.C. Richter. A stop, look back to the top of the key for Ose. Ose drifting off left side. Caden Steele, hard take to the basket, missed it off the front. May not have drawn iron. It looks like that came strong off the glass. Vikings with the rebound. Kick to the right corner for J.C. Richter. Richter trying to step in on Fox. Back to the basket, turn, double pivot, and Fox fell down. Richter to the basket, misses, and Fox is down on the floor. It was an awkward hit to the floor as Catherine Fox went down. J.C. Richter took her into the basket with her back to the basket, and it looked like Fox twisted a leg as she tried to come to a pivot after Richter gave a fake that kind of drew Fox up in the air. We'll see what happens here. Fox is back up hands and knees at this point, and it may not be anything at all. They've brought out a towel now, and it looks like Catherine Fox may have taken a bump in the face. Looks like Catherine's going to be okay. The legs went awkwardly on the hit, and she stayed down, but Catherine Fox may have stayed down because may have lost her eyes in that situation, and they brought a towel out to her immediately. And it looks like there's going to be a crew that comes over to clean up the playing surface here. So we'll see if Catherine, we just talked about her in the pregame report as well. I've been impressed with Catherine Fox's game when we've seen it against Dickinson State, but the problem has been that each time the Vikings play Dickinson State, Catherine Fox has foul trouble. Right now, she's played a pretty good first half, but it's not foul trouble that's sidelined her, it's an injury. And it would appear that they're satisfied with the cleaning of the playing surface. And it would also appear that Dickinson State's going to have the basketball. So the Blue Hawks will inbound. Still a 1-point lead for the Vikings at 26-25, and Ellie Powell defends the ball out of bounds. Chasing down Sam Ose. That's an interesting matchup there. Sam O's a senior, Ellie Powell a sophomore. And I'm going to guess, I can't tell you for sure, but I'm going to guess there was a moment in time anyway where they were aware of each other in the high school game, Bowman County versus Hettinger Scranton at some point. Ball knocked out of bounds by Richter. It'll stay Blue Hawk basketball. Inbounds pass from J.L. Garfield for Dickinson State. Garfield into the left wing, finding Tinley Pearson. Pearson with a walking dribble back to the middle of the floor. Ashlyn Deemer will match up with her. Ball on the right side for Ose. Ose taking a look down low, comes back right side. Shanrock again given that right hand. Turns it back after a drive to Caden Steele. Now on top, Pearson back to Steele. Steele looks in at Ose. Shot clock down to 1 and it's a turnover. Ose couldn't handle the pass. It was unlikely she would have gotten a good look away anyway. Vikings with the basketball leading by 1. Hebrink all day on a right corner 3. Left it well short. Looking to chase down her own rebound. She did. Vikings another bite at the apple. Powell stepping left side, got down to the left block, cuts underneath the basket, out to Richter. Couple of head fakes that will draw J.L. Garfield to defender on the perimeter. Ball near side for Deemer. Shot clock at 7. Deemer crossing, got a screen from Powell. Hard take with the right hand, got to the basket and scores. Ashlyn Deemer, it's been a little snake bit throughout the course of the game, but she comes up with a good offensive take for the Vikings, and the lead is back to 3 at 28-25 in favor of Valley City State. Blue Hawks into the front court, Pearson right corner. Bounce pass towards the top of the key, ends up being knocked out of bounds. Moment ago on our newsdakota.com replay. Good take here by Ashlyn Deemer. Looking for something to hang her hat on. Got right between a pair of defenders and scores on that. And the Vikings need her to step up and do some big things for them in the second half of play. 1:05 to go here in the opening half. Sam Ose, Ellie Powell, and Powell will reach across. First on Powell, and that will be the fourth against the Vikings. So both teams in the penalty for the final 103, but boy, Dickinson State got there at 4:44, and I don't think the Vikings have shot the penalty in that time. Sam Ose a turn inside and scoring. Another big play for Sam Ose in the interior. Vikings cut the lead, or actually have their lead cut to 1 at 28-27. Ellie Powell inside, turning in the lane, kick out. Broughton's got an open 3. That's off the front of the rim. Rebound out to the wing, picked up by Angelica Shanrock. Shanrock driving away into the front court with that right hand, pulls up, takes a right-handed layup and missed it. Rebound down to Ellie Powell in the left wing. Vikings back into the front court, taken up by J.C. Richter. Off to the near side, Deemer backing her way in, spin to the left hand, and Ashlyn Deemer will score again. Boy, 2 big back-to-back plays for Ashlyn Deemer. Good to see those. Vikings back up 3 at 30-27. 15 seconds left of the opening half. Ose on top, ball knocked free, and Broughton picks up a loose basketball. Broughton driving to the glass, left alone, scores. That's a great way to end the half for the Vikings. Ellie Broughton as well. After a couple of tough looks against her yesterday, Broughton comes up big, and the Vikings will take a 5-point lead at the break. Your score on the LaRue Lacko Financial Scoreboard at the end of the opening half is the Vikings 32 and Dickinson State University 27 as we go to our halftime report presented by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. We will come back with some highlights from the opening half for those of you on the video side of things and run you through the numbers as well after the first half of play, so stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball. KDIX in Dickinson, KOVC Valley City, video coverage at newsdakota.com and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right. Lever's Foods.
Happy New Year from Lever's Foods. All this week, save on Pizza Corner frozen pizzas, $6.88. Our Family shredded or chunk cheese, 2 for $3.88. Our Family potato chips, 2 for just $3.88. And boneless beef top sirloin steak, only $6.99 a pound. Deliveries available by calling 845-1730.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today on KOVC, the voice of the Valley, voice of the Vikings, KDIX, the voice of the Blue Hawks in Dickinson, with video coverage on our YouTube channel, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and also at newsdakota.com. Welcome back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings with a 32-27 lead over Dickinson State at the end of the opening half on our LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Our halftime report is presented today by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Rambo is your home for promotional gear and promotional apparel. If it's time for you to promote your business or promote your team, Rambo is the place to go. Great people. They get things done quickly. They get it done right. And they get it done looking the way you want it to look when it's time to put your logo to work for you. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. An 11-3 start of the game for Dickinson State. The Vikings responded at the end of the opening quarter with a 17-3 run to take a 20-14 lead into the second quarter. Dickinson State, a very brief lead in the second quarter coming back. The Vikings get a couple of big plays down the stretch from Ashlyn Deemer and a layup on a takeaway by Ellie Broughton to make it 32-27 at the break. Turnovers. The difference in this one. If you're a Blue Hawk fan, they frustrate you. If you're a Viking fan, you're pleased. 14 first half turnovers for Dickinson State versus 5 for the Vikings. And Dickinson State with some unfortunate breaks in the turnover category that led to the Vikings being able to put up a decent number here in the opening half. Let's take a look at some of our highlights that we have for you here in the opening half of play. We bring those to you from newsdakota.com with our replays brought to you tonight by newsdakota.com. For those of you on the video side, we'll see this one early. This is Sam Ose, I believe, getting inside, and Ose will use the bump against Oslason. That's something that the Vikings are seeing against Oslason in the interior. Ose had a nice first half with 9 points. Vikings looking to respond. J.C. Richter turning, second bucket that she had on the post tonight. She played a very good game inside. Then Ashlyn Deemer towards the end of the half. A good take to the basket, splitting a pair of defenders for Ashlyn Deemer late. She'd do it again for the Vikings, this time driving her way back with a spin to her left hand. So right hand, left hand, and it ends on a turnover, and very fitting for the Vikings to force one more. Post entry denied, and Ellie Powell takes off with the basketball and scores. And those are our first half highlights that we have for you tonight, brought to you by newsdakota.com. But again, the turnover category is the big part of this for Dickinson State. 14 first half turnovers, the Vikings just 5. Believe it or not, if the Blue Hawks hold on to the basketball, they're in terrific shape because they outshot the Vikings in the first half. Dickinson State shot 46.2% from the field, 12 of 26. The Vikings were 13 of 33. The Vikings didn't shoot it well on their home floor, 39.4% from the field. The Vikings were 4 of 13 from the three-point line. Dickinson State 2 of 5. Rebound advantage squarely in the hands of the Blue Hawks, 21-12, including a 6-2. They were out-rebounded on the offensive glass in that second quarter. The Vikings 7 offensive rebounds, but only 12 total. Dickinson State 21-12 in that offense, or I should say rather in that rebounding category, but the turnovers are probably the number that you would key in on as far as the difference in the matchup. Individual numbers at the end of the opening half. As we mentioned, Sam Ose, good start to her game today, 9 points, 3 rebounds for the former North Dakota Miss Basketball. 5 apiece for Angelica Shanrock and Caden Steele. Bray Enebo with a nice run off the bench in the post. She scores 4. J.L. Garfield off the bench with 2. And Catherine Fox with 2 as well. And then took a hit to the face at the end of that opening half. We'll see what her status is coming up in half number 2. As far as the Vikings are concerned, a little bit of balance. Ashlyn Deemer with that late run at the end of the opening half with 8 points. J.C. Richter had 7. A really good start to the game again for Richter today, averaging that 12 points per game clip in the conference. And she's been a nice addition again coming over from the volleyball team. Olivia Backus with 5. Madison Spacier with 5. Elise Heeprink with 3. Ellie Broughton with 2. That layup on the takeaway at the end. And Ellie Powell with 2 as well for the Vikings. And again, 32-27 is your score. Rebounders for the Vikings, really nobody with more than 2, so not a big number to accentuate there. The Vikings out-rebounded but forced 14 first-half turnovers, and that is the storyline from half number 1. We'll come back with half number 2 in a couple of moments, give you a preview of the matchup between Dickinson State and Valley City State in men's play as we continue along with our Rambo halftime report here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. The Vikings lead Dickinson State 32-27. Halftime continues next on KOVC, KDIX, video coverage at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and also video coverage at newsdakota.com. We're back after this.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to Viking and Blue Hawk basketball from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse here at Valley City State University on KDIX in Dickinson and KOVC in Valley City, the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley. For those of you on the edge of the West today in Dickinson, Ryan Cunningham with you, pinch hitting for Rod. It's always good to connect with Rod. I don't know if there's anybody that is more likable in the game of broadcasting than Rod is. Certainly not me. I can tell you that much right now. He's always very warm and personable, and we're always more than happy to help out Rod and our friends at KDIX. They help me out quite a bit when I'm out there to cover the Vikings. I usually end up borrowing some office space from them so I can continue to go about my work. And so it's good to be able to give back to our friends at KDIX after they help me out throughout the course of the season. I'm sure I'll see them again coming up in the spring for the Bat Sports, which will be getting started here rather quickly. Colleges already in their indoor track and field seasons. We'll talk more about that with our schedule to watch coming up a little bit later on in our video coverage that we have for you today. At the break, Valley City State leading Dickinson State by a score of 32-27. Men's basketball coming up at the end of this matchup today. Let's take a look at what the standings look like in men's play. A little bit of a preview. There's Dickinson State standing on top of the conference field. Dickinson State with a 2-0 mark in the league and a 6-6 mark overall. I'm going to have to fire the guy that does the graphics for us on the video side. By the way, that's me. Ended up perhaps not seeing that a couple of our names on the screen there were a little out of alignment. My apologies. The records and everything is right. It's just not the most pretty work that we did getting ready for the game today. We had to do a few things in short order. My apologies. But the Blue Hawks coming in are the only team that are unbeaten in the league, and they've won 2 in overtime. Beat the University of Jamestown in overtime, beat Mayville State last night 89-85 in double overtime in Mayville to hand Mayville State their first loss in the conference as well. The Vikings at 1-2 after their loss last night. So it's an opportunity for Valley City State to go after the conference leaders, and Dickinson State an opportunity to sweep a road weekend, which is exceedingly rare in the North Star Athletic Association. So opportunities for both teams coming up in the men's half of our doubleheader. We'll have that for you coming up at the end of women's play that's slated for a 5 o'clock start tonight. And at the end of our women's broadcast, we will announce the start of our men's broadcast as far as the time, so you can keep up with that one coming up. One final break in our halftime report. We'll get ready for second half action. The Vikings lead the Blue Hawks in women's play, 32-27. We're back with more in a moment on KDIX, KOVC, NewsDakota.com, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Ready for second half action. Vikings in black today. Dickinson State in home white. Travel rules in the league, you play back-to-back. And when you're on the road, you play your visiting colors in game 1. But so there is no need to do the laundry after game number 1. You can bring your home colors with you and play in game number 2 in your home colors. So Dickinson State in their home colors today. The Vikings in their traveling blacks today. Right now the Vikings leading by a score of 32-27. Our next broadcast, for those of you that are in Valley City and are Vikings fans, our next broadcast is Friday night for Viking basketball here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Valley City State, Mayville State, great rivalry matchup Friday night. Good way to go into a weekend. We'll have that for you with video coverage, NewsDakota.com as well, along with radio coverage here on KOVC. And a reminder that the Barnes County Boys Basketball Tournament gets started Tuesday here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. We'll have coverage of Valley City, Lemoore, Maple River, and Barnes County North in that matchup. That'll be 3 games coming up on Tuesday this week. Tournament continues Thursday and concludes on Saturday. Dickinson State with the basketball to start the second half. A spin by Angelica Shandrock, lost the basketball. Turnover number 15. It's been a tough day for Dickinson State. Hebrink driving baseline, kick out. Ellie Broughton, left corner 3. She's back in it. Ellie Broughton stepping into a 3-point shot after a turnover by Dickinson State. The Vikings go up 8 at 35-27. This would be their biggest lead of the day. J.C. Richter with a foul. Catherine Fox is back on the floor for Dickinson State, and Richter, trying to deny Fox the basketball, is called for the foul. And Catherine looks none the worse for wear. I can't tell if there's any sort of blood stoppage equipment inside the nose, but she looks like she's okay nonetheless. A kick out, Caden Steele for 3 right corner. It's an air ball for Dickinson State, and a loose ball rebound chased down by Ashlyn Deemer. Vikings want to run. Hebrink released. Broughton hit her coast to coast, and Broughton goes down to Hebrink for the bucket. Elise Hebrink, great release, read that play well on the rebound. Vikings go up 10 at 37-27 as the Viking transition game stretches the floor. Fox, a look on top for Sam Ost in the high post. Ost will kick it out left side. Shanrock for 3, money. Angelica Shanrock steps up and hits a 3-point shot for the Blue Hawks. And the Blue Hawks cut the lead back to 37-30 in favor of the Vikings on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Broughton right side, looking into the corner for Hebrink now for the Vikings. Back to Broughton right corner. She'll draw a defender in Caden Steele. A look in by Ashlyn Deemer to Abby Oslison. Oslison a fall away against Ost. Ball's on the floor after Oslison missed it. The rebound gobbled up by Catherine Fox. She tried to roll it to Caden Steele to avoid the held ball situation. Steele got it, then Oslison jumped in to take it away. And either a timeout was called or the ball was out of bounds. I'm not sure which. It looks as though a timeout was taken by Vanessa Johnson, the head coach of the Vikings. She was up off the bench jumping for a timeout. I wasn't sure if the ball had rolled out of bounds out of Oslison's grasp before Johnson got the timeout credited to her. Apparently, Vanessa Johnson was able to take the timeout, and the Vikings will maintain possession of the basketball. A couple of moments ago, NewsDakota.com replay. Those of you on the video side, watch this pretty transition play. An air ball rebound on the top of your screen. You saw Elise Hebrink release. Broughton hits her tape to tape with a pass down the floor to stretch out the offense and take that to a 10-point lead for the Vikings at that time. The lead is currently 7 at 37-30. Broughton looking left side and finding it away to left side for Ashlyn Deemer. Deemer to stop in the left block. Back out to the wing, Broughton, deep 3. That one's off the heel. And Caden Steele has the rebound for Dickinson State. Kick out to Shanrock coming up the floor. Shanrock puts the body in on Broughton, and Broughton going to be called for a foul trying to knock the ball away. Vanessa Johnson's not happy. Broughton gets called on the arm. And Coach Johnson asking about the foul and gets an explanation. In the meantime, we'll see Angelica Shanrock at the foul line for Dickinson State. The opener good. Dickinson State's taken 3 foul shots this afternoon. The Vikings have taken 4. I've got to tell you, this quarter format, resetting the fouls, is the way it should be at every level of basketball. Shanrock knocks down both ends. Put it at the high school level at all 3 classes as far as I'm concerned. I'll look in. Hebrink to Oslison, banks one in. Abby Oslison's had a tough day. First 2 points for Oslison today, but a good answer. The Vikings, with some of their mainstays, beginning to find the bucket again. Lead back to 7. Catherine Fox inside, trying to get to the post. Missed a shot. Ost throwing elbows as she went up. This will be forced into a held ball as Ashlyn Deemer was able to reach in and tie up a rebound with Sam Ost, and the ball's going to stay with the Vikings on the held ball arrow. So Valley City State will get it back, leading by 7, 39-32. 2.5 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Broughton to stop, handing off to the top of the key for Richter. A look in by Deemer. Oslison flying into the lane. Ball comes back out to J.C. Richter. Crossover for Richter, stop on the left elbow. Broughton out of the corner, takes a look in. Nothing doing in the post. She'll go to Hebrink, and a high-low force towards Oslison that Sam Ost will gobble up and take back. Blue Hawks force a turnover. Dickinson State back into the front court. Fox to stop, back out to the top for Sam Ost. Ost will set down the dribble sneakily on the left-hand side of the paint, then tried to reverse to the wing and threw it away. And it's another turnover for the Blue Hawks. You follow some body language here for Dickinson State, and what you're seeing is a team that is beginning to be somewhat accustomed to turning the ball over, and that's bad news if you're a Blue Hawk fan. J.C. Richter turned inside, double pivot on Fox, got to the basket and scores. Boy, another big play for J.C. Richter, who finds herself to her 10th point today, and how, or rather 9, I should say, and how she gets it done in the post with that frame. She does pick up her 3rd foul, pressuring the basketball against Catherine Fox. On the NewsDakota.com replay again, you look at the look that J.C. Richter puts down, takes it high post, steps in, back to the basket, pivots back to the right, gets the angle that she's looking for. She knows her way around the post as kind of a guard-type player that will just take her defender inside and score. 41-32, Vikings by 9. Blue Hawks with the basketball. Drive to the basket by Shamrock. Tried to put her back to the basket and put one up over her head. That was missed. Brodden clears the rebound, and the Vikings are back up front. Osleson, right elbow jumper, hits it. Abby Osleson stepping into a jump shot. She's got 4. And if Osleson can come alive, the Vikings have a good chance of making a run. Caden Steele driving to the baseline. Kick out to Tinley Pearson, the left corner for Dickinson State. Now Catherine Fox, top of the key. Fox looking, wanted a screen, instead gives to Ose. Out on the high post again, on top. Caden Steele driving right side, back to the basket, and a foul coming up. And the Vikings don't like that call, and I think I have to agree with Valley City State on this one. Hebrink, her second. A drive inside that just saw the Blue Hawk come way out of balance, and Hebrink was stepping away at the time. And Catherine Fox throws the ball off of the back of Madison Spacier, gets it back and scores. Little Caitlin Clark that time from Catherine Fox. She'll score her 4th, and the Vikings turn the basketball over as Hebrink was looking for Brodden, and Brodden ran away from the ball. So a swing back to Dickinson State with some momentum. Blue Hawks back within 9 after the bucket by Fox, and Helika Shamrock trying to save a ball in bounds was Ellie Brodden. She was clearly out of bounds. Abby Osleson for 3. That's off the front of the rim, and the rebound will trickle to the near side. But Dickinson State University coach Eric Nelson is absolutely beside himself. That ball seemed to take Ellie Brodden out of bounds, and she put a foot down in the big red baseline of Valley City State, where you could see almost all the foot around the red of the baseline, and no out-of-bounds call was made. Blue Hawks back with the basketball. Catherine Fox stepping right side. Maybe she got rid of it with her feet still in the air, but that would have been a feat of athleticism. Meantime, a dribble off the foot of Tinley Pearson. This will roll into the backcourt. And now we will see a backcourt violation, but the Vikings had to lobby for it. It's almost as if the officials were saying that Ellie Brodden had dribbled off, or actually that Tinley Pearson had dribbled off of Ellie Brodden's foot. We had kind of a tough day for the officials yesterday as well, as we had some awkward plays in that one. We're seeing a few of those happen today also. Inbounds pass from Broughton for the Vikings in the front court. The Vikings lead by 9 at 43-34. Osleson on the foul line. Kicking out to Elise Hebrink, driving left. Draws a pair of defenders. Steps back out on top. Cut to the basket by Diemert, and Diemert had the ball forced loose. Catherine Fox, quick hands to force that away. Blue Hawks force a turnover. Halfway through the third quarter, Dickinson State's back up the floor. Fox on the top of the key, stepping away. Osleson comes out to challenger. Ball goes to Samos. Kick out near side. Shamrock for 3 is short. And Elise Hebrink looking to run down a rebound did. And Tinley Pearson reaching out with hands for the ball. Going to be called for a foul. Be the first on Pearson. The Vikings are already surrendering the penalty. They have 4 fouls well before the 5-minute mark of the third quarter. That's just the first against Dickinson State here in quarter number 3. Tate Cohn will come back into the matchup for Dickinson State. And the Vikings will bring it up the floor, led by Ellie Brodden. Brodden handing off to Hebrink, and now Ashlyn Diemert just swinging to Spacier. Cut inside for Hebrink, and got a foul away from the basketball. Yeah, I don't know. That foul will go against Tate Cohn. Really light contact that elicited that whistle. And again, that's a pro-Viking foul, but interesting call nonetheless. Osleson, left elbow jump shot. That's off the heel. She got her own miss, chasing it down. Fouled on the putback, and she'll go to the foul line. Sam Ose coming out to try to deny that, and Ose will be called for her first today. So Abby Osleson on her way to the stripe for Valley City State. Those of you watching on the video coverage, Osleson has an interesting shot, to say the least. Osleson coming into the matchup at 13.5 points per game. 72% foul shooter. Her first is good, but when you watch Abby shoot, and it's her jump shot, her foul shot, all of it, that left hand, that guide hand just comes completely off the ball to her left side. She follows through basically one-handed. Second foul shot is off the heel of the rim. Rebound, however, tucked away by Madison Spacier offensively. Osleson in the post, in there a while, sets down the dribble, works left, pivots back to the right hand, scoop layup, missed off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected loose again. Osleson dug it away, and Hebrink was able to pull it down offensively. Now Osleson from the foul line. That rolls around and won't go. Man, you can't buy worse luck than that. Abby Osleson, 3 good looks that wouldn't score for her. Another poke away, however, as the ball brought up into the front court by Caden Steele. The Vikings knock it loose. Another turnover against Dickinson State. The Vikings by 10, 44-34 with under 4 to play in the third quarter. Spacier, left wing, stepping right side, got a screen for help against Pearson. Osselson, baseline jumper, that's off the heel. These are good looks the Vikings want her taking, and that rim is just being unkind to the 6-foot freshman from Howard, South Dakota right now. Ball top of the key for the Blue Hawks. Bray Innebo had a couple of good looks underneath in the opening half, tries to run backdoor cut with Pearson. That's off of Pearson's hands and out of bounds. Another turnover by Dickinson State. The Vikings get it back. Steele, Pearson, Fox will sit for the Blue Hawks. Studley, Aldridge, and also Garfield will return for the Blue Hawks. Vikings up 10 with the basketball. Their biggest lead has been 11. They have the basketball due to the Vikings and the 10-point lead. Diemert for 3, make it 13. Ashlyn Diemert stepping into a 3-point shot for Valley City State. She's got 11 today, and the lead is 47-34. The Vikings by 13 with 3 minutes to go, and this is crunch time now for Dickinson State. The game may be in the balance a bit here, and instead it may have been another turnover, or was it a timeout? The Blue Hawks will call for timeout. It's a 30-second timeout for Dickinson State. We'll take one for you as well, as it's been a while. So a timeout with a 30-second timeout for the Blue Hawks. So we're back with more in a couple of moments. The Vikings lead by 13, 47-34 over the Blue Hawks, and we're back with more basketball coming up next.
You're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork? Look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Timeout taken by Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks have the basketball down 13. They need something here. The Vikings coming on, and Dickinson State may have the game in the lurch right now. Tate Cohen looking near side of the floor. 47-34. Valley City State by 13. Cohen for the Blue Hawks, kicking in towards the left corner, and Aldridge got her pocket pick. It's taken away by Ashlyn Diemert, and the turnovers continue to mount up. Diemert stops in the right post, tries a fall away. Spacier came down with a rebound and is fouled by Tate Cohen. Second on Tate Cohen, and this one really beginning to be a problem here for Dickinson State when it comes down to the turnover situation. They had 14 turnovers at the end of the half, and they've done nothing to really correct that problem since. Sixth for Madison Spacier as the foul shot goes in. We'll get a look at the numbers at present here in a couple of moments. Spacier's second foul shot is good. Madison's had a nice game off the bench. She started yesterday in the absence of Ashlyn Diemert. We'll see a whistle on the inbounds pass coming here from Kiri Aldridge. And let's see what we have coming up here. Well, we're apparently not getting the live stats for this one today, folks. Apologies. I had thought that we would have those going today, but apparently they do not. So there must be a problem with the live stats. We'll wait for the numbers to come up. Spacier knocked down both foul shots. Lead is 15 at 49-34. There will be a foul called in this sequence, however, against Valley City State. I'm not sure where it went, but we're going to see a foul against one of the Vikings, and Kiri Aldridge will go to the foul line for Dickinson State. The first off the heel, the rim, and won't fall. This third quarter for the Blue Hawks is a disaster. They still have Madison Spacier's foul on the board, and second foul shot is good for Kiri Aldridge, so I did not see what that foul went against, but nonetheless, here come the Vikings up the floor. Their lead down to 14, and a three on the way by Diemert that won't fall. Tilda Maritzen comes away with the basketball, and a foul coming up. Coming after the basketball on the post, Kiri Aldridge protests, as apparently she's going to be called for trying to force a held ball. Well, we've seen two ways that officiating crews try to handle the held ball situation in the female side of basketball, because there's a lot of them, as Tilda Maritzen goes the line and misses on the front end of the penalty. The first way is to let the players figure it out. Let them go after it. We've seen a little bit of that at the high school level, at the AA level of basketball this year. Second foul shot is good for Maritzen. The second is called the foul the second that an arm is over an arm, and I guess that's technically the book level way to go about doing it, but it makes for a game kind of like the one we're having today. 50-35. The Vikings now by 15 after Maritzen hits the back end of the 2 foul shots. Cohen looking inside, and a turn to the posted score for Bray Enebo. Enebo with 6, a good game off the post, or off the bench rather, in the post for Dickinson State today. Lead cut back to 13. Olivia Backus is on the floor for the Vikings. Driving in left side of the paint, kicking out. Diemert head fake, hard take to the basket, tried to hand from Maritzen. Good play, but Diemert was fouled on the way to the basket. And another very long look, this time by J.L. Garfield. Diemert took the damage and was able to hand the ball to Maritzen for an easy lay-in, which Maritzen was able to get to. But in the long run, it turns into a foul situation first. Ashlyn Diemert with her first foul shot to go down, and she has now come on for 12 here today. And good to see her back. She had a bit of a rough start, but was able to overcome it. Now 13 points for Ashlyn Diemert. Away yesterday for a family matter. Coming back in for the Vikings today and scoring a 13-point day thus far. And Ashlyn Diemert trying to help the Vikings out in a 15-point game over Dickinson State. 52-37. The Blue Hawks have just 10 points in this third quarter. The Vikings have outscored them 20-10 in the second quarter. By the way, we have the numbers up. We were able to get a hold of the live stats. Finally, the Blue Hawks have turned it over 24 times this afternoon. They had 14 turnovers at the end of 2. They've committed 10 alone in the third quarter. Backus, a step back 3 that's short. Rebound deflected out towards the near side, and it's picked up by Aldridge for the Blue Hawks. With 1:20 left to go in the third quarter. Aldridge into the front court. Off the top of the key, crossover dribble against Spacier. Walks the dribble left corner. Head fake out of the corner by Tate Cohen. Cohen a stop, tried to draw a defender, and Tilda Maritzen kicked the ball in the air for the Vikings on a pass to the far corner. Elise Hebrink and Ellie Powell will come back into the matchup for the Vikings. But when we say that this is a rather forgettable third quarter for Dickinson State, 10 points, 10 turnovers through 9 minutes, yeah, they're going to want to forget that and make it 11 turnovers as Olivia Backus steps in front of a pass to the left wing and takes one away for the Vikings. Ellie Broughton into the front court. Vikings leading by 15. Looking to put up a bigger number now. Backus gets loose on a crossover dribble. This will turn to a held ball. Dickinson State will get the ball back. Dylan Studley going down onto the floor to pick that one up. Not a lot of upperclassmen on this team for Dickinson State. Caden Steele, Tinley Pearson, Sam Ose. Another turnover forced by the Vikings as Ashlyn Diemert comes away with one, and now Elise Hebrink open near side. Count it, 1. J.L. Garfield trying to come across to defend it. Hebrink drives to the basket, scores her 7th. She's going to go to the foul line as well, and Dickinson State is going to change out all 5 players. The Blue Hawks at that juncture had 5 reserves on the floor, and the 5 starters will come back into the matchup. Shandrock, Steele, Pearson, Fox, Ose all return. Elise Hebrink to the foul line for the bonus, and her foul shot is hard off the heel of the rim. Rebound run down by Pearson, but Elise Hebrink with 7 off the bench today. The lead is 17 for the Vikings at 54-37. Catherine Fox has a shot blocked by Olivia Backus. Fox trying to go hard with the body to the basket. 36.4 seconds left. Again, 11 turnovers for the Blue Hawks in the quarter. Is it now 12? 10 points and 12 turnovers, I believe, is the number at this point. Yeah, they have them now for 26 turnovers. So 12 turnovers in the third quarter for Dickinson State and 10 points. And that's not a recipe. Let's just put it that way. Catherine Fox on top. Off the dribble for 3. Rims in and out. Rebound to Ashlyn Diemert for the Vikings. They can play for 1. The shot clock is turned off. 17-point Viking lead at 54-37. And Ellie Broughton brings her team into the front court looking for 1. She'll be pressed by Shandrock out by the stripe. Let's turn to the near side. Broughton looking for a screen. Got one from Powell. Kick out. Elise Hebrink out of the right corner. Back to the near side for Broughton. Ashlyn Diemert, clock at 5. Diemert backing in, fall away. Rolls off the front of the rim. Ose a rebound, and we played 3. And Dickinson State can't forget that third quarter fast enough. The Vikings relish in it. 12 turnovers forced against the Blue Hawks. The Vikings take a 17-point lead, 54-37, after 3 quarters of basketball here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Our 4th quarter is on the way next on KDIX, KOVC, the voice of the Valley, along with our video coverage from the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and online at newsdakota.com.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
We go to quarter number 4, and the Blue Hawks will try to recover from a really nasty 3rd quarter of basketball. The Vikings pouring it on, forcing 12 turnovers to take a 54-37 lead. And the Vikings with the basketball to start the 4th as well. Hebrink has the ball knocked loose, reaches down on the floor, rips it free. Kicks it out to the left side for Olivia Backus. And now to Ellie Broughton for the Vikings, who work left to right. Inside, Deemer driving, looking for a spot in the mid-range, takes an extra step, left one short on a scoop layup, and the rebound's controlled by Tinley Pearson for Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks, 26 turnovers in the game. They had 14 at the end of the opening half. They committed 12 in the 3rd quarter. Shanrock, a pull-up from 18, scores. And Angelica Shanrock has her 12th to lead the Blue Hawks in scoring this afternoon. Viking lead down to 15, 54-39. Hebrink into the front court, out to Olivia Backus. Ashlyn Deemert, a deep 3 left wing, hits it. Ashlyn Deemert getting some big things done for the Vikings here today. She's got 16 points, and the Vikings back up by 18. A kick left side, another turnover forced. Backus took a pass away that was coming out of the hands of Angelica Shanrock. They look inside to Deemert on the up and under. She'll be fouled. And Ashlyn Deemert's onto the foul line to try to put the Vikings up by a 20 spot. Foul will go against Tinley Pearson, her 2nd. 3rd quarter numbers after 3. The Vikings still shooting sub 40%, 39.2. The Blue Hawks 42.9%. But the field goal attempts, because of that turnover ratio, the Vikings have tried 51 field goals. Dickinson State's tried just 35 today. 2nd foul shot for Deemert is good. The first was not. Deemert now with 17 on the day. But 16 additional opportunities at the basket because of the 26 turnovers from Dickinson State. I mean, those two numbers just kind of jive together, and it's hard to not see the connection. Caden Steele for 3, comes up empty. Rebound comes out to the foul line. Ashlyn Deemert has it uncontested, and the Vikings are back in the front court. We'll see if they start going to work now on the clock with 8:25 to go in the 4th. Ellie Broughton between the rings. Coming off to the right side for Olivia Backus. Backus, a crossover, got a screen, goes to the glass and draws a foul. Numbers after 3 periods. Angelica Shanrock had 10 to lead the Blue Hawks. That's now 12 for Angelica Shanrock. Foul here, by the way, will go against Tinley Pearson, her 3rd. 9 points for Samo. She did not score in the 3rd quarter. Backus knocks down the front end for 6 for the Vikings. 13 points for Ashlyn Deemert leading the way. J.C. Richter with 9, added a bucket for her total in that 3rd quarter. Backus steps in and scores her 7th now, and there's a host of support scoring for the Vikings here this afternoon. The lead is 21 at 60-39. Angelica Shanrock into the front court for Dickinson State, looking into Ose and a foul against Ellie Powell. The support numbers for the Vikings scoring today: Elise Hebrink 7, Ellie Broughton 5, Abby Oslison 5, all in the 3rd quarter. Madison Spacier 7, Olivia Backus 5. I mean, just a lot of support scoring for the Vikings to step up. A 3 by Shanrock is short off the front of the rim. Rebound slapped loose. Tinley Pearson got it back. They look back inside for Caden Steele, who'll be fouled by Ashlyn Deemert. And there was some life on that possession for Dickinson State, and that was good to see if you're a Blue Hawk fan. Again, want to welcome our friends in the western part of North Dakota tuning in on KDIX in Dickinson today. And, of course, those of you that are Vikings fans with us all the time on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC. Pearson on the way for 3 left wing for the Blue Hawks. It's missed. Air ball, and Ellie Broughton comes down with the rebound. Outlet pass up the floor. Backus to the glass. Couldn't hit it. And the ball knocked out of bounds through the hands of Elise Hebrink. Sam Ose is the player that knocked it out. And the Vikings will maintain possession in the front court. Inbounds play will come in from Ellie Broughton for Valley City State. Backus in the top of the key, moving right, looking for some help. Kicks back to Diemert. Now inside to Ellie Powell in the high-low, and it was missed. Ellie Powell was there, just didn't quite finish the shot. That's a play that the Vikings want to see happen more and more all the time. That high-low with Powell finishing it. Caden Steele looking out towards the right side, picked up by Catherine Fox on the wing. Fox working back to the top of the key, hard into the basket. Layup missed, but she'll go to the line. Olivia Backus will be called for the foul. And for the Blue Hawk fans that are out there, one of the things that concerns you at this point is last night you're up in Mayville, you're held to 46 points. Here tonight you've got 39, still plenty of time in the fourth quarter to work with, but in that situation, the offense just has not come along for the ride here. Catherine Fox's first foul shot is good, and of course you might say, well, it's tough for the offense to come along for the ride when you commit 26 turnovers, and clearly that's part of it. Second foul shot is on the way, and it's good. But you really haven't seen from Dickinson State today a lot of, I guess you could say, crisp opportunities offensively. They don't stretch the floor. They don't really come after you in transition, so that part of their game may be one of the reasons why it's a little easier to turn Dickinson State over, as now the Blue Hawks go into some trapping pressure. The Vikings beat it. J.C. Richter into the front court. Kicking out to Madison Spacier. Back to Richter. She'll take a three. It rims in and out. Off the glass. Goes in. Double kiss. She didn't call bank, but Richter will take it. That gives her 12 on the day. And the Vikings take a 22-point lead at 63-41. Ball got away momentarily. They'll retrieve it. Inbounds pass to Sam Ose. And Caden Steele works into the front court for Dickinson State. Crossover dribble for Steele out top of the key. Coming back near side to Angelica Shanrock, and a post-entry pass through the hands of Sam Ose and picked off. The Vikings take it away. Another turnover forced. Dickinson State could get to 30 before the day is over. Spacier on top, looking in. A turn by Oslison, looking to draw Ose. Now steps back, and Ose blocked her shot. There's the experience again of the senior versus the freshman. Ose comes up with a takeaway. Caden Steele driving. She'll score off the glass. And we'll see a timeout taken by Dickinson State. It'll be a 30-second timeout. We'll take one with them. 6:30 to play, fourth quarter. The Vikings lead the Blue Hawks by 20. More Viking and Blue Hawk basketball is on the way after this on KOVC and KDIX.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Timeout taken by Dickinson State after the basket. They're going to go into all-out full-court pressure with 6.5 to go, trailing by 20. At 63-43, they're going to try to lure the Vikings into some of those turnovers. And Angelica Shanrock, who bodies up with Ellie Broughton immediately, will be called for her second foul. It'll be the third against Dickinson State, which means only one foul left to give for Dickinson State now. Only one foul left to give for the Vikings as well. Tinley Pearson pokes a ball away from Ashlyn Diemert. And the clock to 6:24 to play. Madison Spacier will inbound. She finds Ellie Broughton. Again, Shanrock coming out to defend Broughton. And then Broughton trapped by a double team. Got away from it. Kicks it back to the top of the key for Diemert. Back to Broughton, calling for it. May have been held up. Richter got the basketball. Looks into Oslison in the post. Oslison turning, double pivot, steps left hand. Counted one. Abby Oslison. Big play for the Viking freshman. Oslison pivoting, getting up and under, getting her defender to commit. Picks up the foul against Tate Cohen. Take a look at it again on the newsdakota.com replay. This is a big play for For those of you on the radio side, apologies, got a little bit of a false start for you there. But Abby Oslison, a big play inside for Valley City State, and Oslison will finish the three-point play as well. That gives Abby Oslison 8 on the day, and the Vikings lead by 23 at 66-43. Under 6 to go, ball poked inside, another turnover as the ball stolen by Ashlyn Deemert. The Vikings push tempo up the floor. Spacer on the right side, underneath on a post entry for Oslison, a bit high. She'll turn it back to the perimeter. Richter cutting inside, pulls up, nibble her off the heel, that won't fall. Got her own miss again. Another putback for JC Richter. She just doesn't quit on a play. Richter's got 14. The lead is 25, and now a foul against Deemert, pressuring the inbounds pass. That'll be her second. Clock down to 5.5 to play. Again, men's matchup coming up. We go to our post-game report. We'll take a break. We'll come back and wrap up women's play, and then we'll announce the start time for men's play. So those of you that are with us on the radio side can come back to us, and we'll have an announced start time for the men's game coming up and the back half of our doubleheader tonight. Caden Steele, right corner for Dickinson State. Post entry to Pearson. Was knocked loose, but Pearson was able to run it down. Hands it back towards the right side for J.L. Garfield. Garfield driving left against Oslison. Got into the block, got turned around by a double team. Turns it out to Angelica Shandrock. Hard take to the glass, missed it strong. And J.C. Richter comes down with a rebound for the Vikings. Vikings quickly into the front court. A stop, and Deemer trying to kick it down low. Had the ball stripped away from behind. Loose basketball to J.L. Garfield. She'll outlet, and the play to the basket for Shandrock will score. That will give Angelica Shandrock 14. Vikings lead by 23 at 68-45. A stop, Madison Spacer. Richter looking underneath. Oslison, turnaround, fall away, missed it. Another offensive rebound for Richter. She'll play it back to Oslison, splitting a double team. Counted one for Abby Oslison again. And Oslison, who did not have a good start to the game, now with double figures, coming back for 10-5 in each quarter. And picks up a foul against Bray Enabo. Just watch this work for Oslison in the post on our NewsDakota.com replay. First of all, an offensive rebound for Richter, and then Oslison through defenders, absorbing the contact and scoring. And boy, she has been a gem for Valley City State in her freshman year. And she's at the line looking for a bonus shot here. And it will come up strong. The rebound underneath to J.L. Garfield. The thing you like about Oslison as well, if you're a Viking fan, is she is a competitor, and she's teaching other players, some that are even older than her, about the competitive level. As a shot missed by the Blue Hawks, and Oslison a rebound, quick outlet to J.C. Richter. Richter drives into the baseline, steps away from some pressure. The Vikings go to work. Deemer to three from the top. That's off the heel of the rim. Long rebound out to the perimeter, and Sam Ost just putting a body on Abby Oslison to keep her away from it and watch it trickle out of bounds. I just like the fire and the passion that we really saw from Oslison down at Dakota State. She wanted that one. The Vikings nearly had it. And here today, she knows she's playing against larger players, usually bigger players, usually more experienced players in that post spot. She's going to pick up a foul here trying to deny Sam Ost the basketball, but she does not back down to it. Stays right along with the game plan, and when she comes up big, she'll show you how to step up to the occasion and celebrate coming up big. Foul on Oslison is her second, and Sam Ost is at the line for the Blue Hawks. Her first is good. That is Sam Ost's first point since halftime. Lead cut to 24 at 70-46 with 4:01 to go. And the second foul shot for Ost is good. She'll have 11. Lead trimmed to 23 at 70-47. Under 4 to play. Ellie Broughton driving for the Vikings down to the baseline. Kick out to Ashlyn Deemert. Vikings go to work. Richter on the left wing. Vikings working on their first conference victory, and they've been oh so close on a couple of occasions. Ball into Deemert on the baseline. Back out to the top for Spacer. Oslison taking the pass from Broughton. Fall away, she hit it over Ost. Abby Oslison turning on the baseline, scoring her 12th on a fall-away jump shot. Lead back to 25 for the Vikings at 72-47. Catherine Fox looking in at Ost. Ost turning to her left, now backing down Oslison. Quick turn, fall away. Oslison held her ground, stops the shot, comes up with a rebound. Vikings back up front, seeing eye pass. Spacer to the glass, counted one. Madison Spacer with a seeing eye pass that came in from Ellie Broughton, and Spacer will score as the Vikings run away with it here in the fourth quarter. The lead is 27 And a foul will go against Catherine Fox. That will be her second foul of the day. Spacer's bonus won't fall. And the ball goes back to Dickinson State, and a rebound by J.L. Garfield. Garfield to the baseline with 3:05 to go. Another post entry denied. Garfield got it back. Looks to Catherine Fox on the right side. Out to Caden Steele. Contested. Steele able to run down a loose basketball. Stop. Back to the near side for Fox. A look into the corner. They found Tate Cohn. Cohn curled free on a screen, then kicked to Ost for a baseline jumper that was missed, and rebound off of J.L. Garfield will go back to the Vikings. Go back to that transition play a moment ago on the newsdakota.com replay. For those of you on the video side, you watch this. First of all, the rebound taken up by Oslison, but watch this pass between two defenders, tough angle, and then you get Spacer to the glass having to finish behind her body and scoring. That's a fantastic transition play for the Vikings. And the Vikings lead by 27. 3 by Diemert. Comes up strong. J.L. Garfield with a rebound. Down to 2.5 to go. Catherine Fox in transition for the Blue Hawks will score. Fox with 8. And the lead is trimmed to 25. And you kind of wonder when the Vikings decide to slow things down. It looks like maybe on this possession will be the start of it. The Vikings will send 5 new players to the scorers table coming up. And so Valley City State going to send in the reserves. Dickinson State had sent a number of players to the table as well. I believe just 2, maybe more. Ball inside, Oslison facing up against Sam Ost. Steps her way back to the left elbow, turns into Ost and had the ball knocked free. Caden Steele comes away with a rebound for Dickinson. I should say rather the takeaway. And Ost stepping, may have got called for a travel, and she did. And a host of changes. Claire and Delaney Cotton, the identical twins out of Castleton, actually Wheatland rather, will step into the matchup for the Vikings. We'll see Avery Kuklinski, 5'3" sophomore from Esco, Minnesota. Also on the floor for the first time, Aubrey Prunty, a 5'6" junior from Weaverville, California. And the other new Viking is Liz Luckin, a 5'8" freshman from Underwood, Minnesota. Luckin has the basketball, sends it back to Delaney Cotton. Cotton a hard take to the basket, double pivots in, fall away hook shot, rolls in. Delaney Cotton's on the scoreboard today. First 2 today for Delaney Cotton. And the Vikings, well, actually, correction, they may have a numbers issue here. They've got Claire Cotton listed as 13, but the Cottons are 21 and 23 today. And we'll see a take to the basket where the basket's strong for Liz Luckin, but I'm going to change that up. I believe that last shot was made by Claire Cotton. Now, here's the problem with the identical twins. If they change a number on you, you're hosed. You're absolutely hosed. And that was, they did not change a number. You know what? We were just unable to see the maroon 13 on the black uniform, but that was Claire Cotton that scored it. Second foul shot is good for Liz Luckin. She's got her first point today. Lead is 28 at 77-49. The Vikings will go to 9-7 on the season, 1-3 in the league. And the Blue Hawks will fall to 0-3 in the league, and they'll be 5-9 in the overall campaign after the Vikings come up with a big win this afternoon here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Vikings back into the front court with the basketball after a missed shot by Dickinson State. 32 turnovers today for the Blue Hawk women. Inside, Delaney Cotton, follow away off the glass, she'll score. Both Cottons get on the scoreboard today. Claire first, Delaney next, and it's a lead of 30 for the Vikings at 79-49. Tate Cohen handing off to the right side for Curie Aldridge for Dickinson State. Aldridge, a crossover dribble, steps up to the foul line, out to Dylan Studley. Studley will step away from traffic. Shot clock at 10. Ball right side, Tate Cohen. Cohen trying to get a step, does. Drives to the baseline, got cut off, but turns it around. J.L. Garfield for 3 is good. J.L. Garfield with 5. Lead cut to 27, and the shot clock is turned off. The Vikings need do nothing else. Garfield's going to let Avery Kuklinski dribble it out. Clock down to 10 seconds. And a big win for the Vikings to take home a split of the weekend. They've been in every conference game they've played at some point in it, even within about 10-12 of the University of Jamestown last night. The Vikings will feel good about getting on the board inside the league. 79-52 is your final score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. The Vikings with a big win this afternoon inside North Star Athletic Association play over Dickinson State. We'll take our final break of the women's matchup, come back with our post-game review, and get ready for men's play. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX with video coverage at newsdakota.com and at the VCSU Athletics YouTube page. We'll come back with our wrap-up next.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right. Lever's Foods.
Happy New Year from Lever's Foods. All this week, save on Pizza Corner frozen pizzas, $6.88. Our Family shredded or chunk cheese, 2 for $3.88. Our Family potato chips, 2 for just $3.88. And boneless beef top sirloin steak, only $6.99 a pound. Deliveries available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Vikings celebrate this afternoon. Valley City State with a 79-52 win over Dickinson State University. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today. Blue Hawks on KDIX Dickinson, Vikings on KOVC Valley City. And we have the men's half of our doubleheader coming up next between the Vikings and Dickinson State. So do stay with us for that as we'll get to it with a tip-off time scheduled for 5 o'clock. The Viking women will improve to 9-7 in the overall campaign today, and they'll move to 1-3 in the league. Dickinson State will fall to 0-3 in the conference, and they will fall to 5-9 overall. Let's take a look at the individual numbers as we wrap this one up today. Dickinson State led by Angelica Shanrock, who scores 14 points today, grabbed 4 rebounds. Samantha Ose, 11 points, grabbed 7 rebounds this afternoon. Catherine Fox with 8, Caden Steele with 7. Bray Ennevo, nice play off the bench today with 6. J.L. Garfield scores 5 for Dickinson State today. And a single today for Curie Aldridge for Dickinson State. For the Vikings, 3 in double figures. Ashlyn Deemert's late run gave her 17 today. 14 for J.C. Richter, along with 4 more offensive rebounds. She had 5 rebounds to lead the Vikings in rebounding today. Abby Osleson, late run, 12 points, 4 rebounds there as well. Madison Spacier with 9 off the bench. Elise Hebring scores 7. Also 7 for Olivia Backus today. Ellie Broughton knocks down 5. And beyond that, we'll see single points for Liz Lucken. 2 points for Claire Cotton, 2 points for Delaney Cotton, Ellie Powell with 2, and Tilda Maritzen with 1 today as well. The Vikings did move their shooting percentage to 41.7% at the end of the game, but the big number today, Dickinson State was forced into 32 turnovers. The Vikings committed just 12, and a game is just unwinnable in that situation when you've got that type of thing going on. It's going to be very difficult, if not completely impossible, to win a game at that point when you're dealing with a 32-12 turnover ratio. I've never seen anything quite like it, to be frank. And to be in that situation today, Dickinson State, a lot of gut check that's probably going to have to go on after that kind of performance, because that's not the way that you wanted to end your conference weekend. That is unfortunately the way for Dickinson State that they're going to end it. And so now they'll have a tough conversation to have on the way home after this one today. But the Vikings get to 1-3 in the conference. They find their way to a conference victory today with a final score of 79-52. Our next matchup will be the Viking men and Dickinson State's men as well, and it should be a very good one here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. They've got the time up on the board right now. We're looking at a start time for that one. We're going to call it straight up 5 o'clock with the broadcast start. That's what we'll call it, straight up 5 o'clock with the start of the broadcast. So we'll get the broadcast going for you at 5 p.m. Central. That'll be 4 p.m. Mountain Time. So look for that. That was the projected tip-off time. We'll tip off a little later in the men's game today, but get ready for it at 5 o'clock. Until then, we'll send you to regular programming. We thank you so much for joining us for Game 1 of our doubleheader. Game 2, the Viking and Blue Hawk man is next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX, video coverage at newsdakota.com, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We'll see you at 5 o'clock for the start of our next matchup. Take care, everybody. Well, first of all, as we get started with the men's half of our doubleheader, let me apologize to you once again. You would think after all these years in broadcasting that a guy would be able to follow the clock, but when I looked at the clock at the end of the women's matchup, I thought it said 47 after, and so 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock Mountain Time seemed like a good time to get this thing started. It did not say that at all. It said 37 after, and so a big thank you to our studio engineer in Dickinson, and those of you that are listening in both Dickinson and Valley City. I was able to make the adjustment on the clock. I have no idea why my math skills failed me. The only thing I can think of is that when you get into these weeks that we've had lately where it's, a couple of days on, a couple of days off, the holidays being out in the middle of the week, you just kind of get lackadaisical. And what I really need right now, and maybe all of us, is just a 5-day work week just to push us back into the grind of doing the thing, you know what I mean? Nonetheless, we welcome you back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. It's our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today. The Vikings on the Voice of the Vikings, Voice of the Valley, KOVC in Valley City, and the Blue Hawks on the Voice of the Blue Hawks in Dickinson, KDIX. Ryan Cunningham with you today. For those of you in Dickinson, I'm pinch hitting for Rod again today. Looking forward to seeing him down the trail. Today, it's the second half of the conference weekend for the Viking men and the Blue Hawk men, and each team has an opportunity here today. For the Viking men, the opportunity is to go after the leader in the clubhouse. Dickinson State comes in as an undefeated team and the only undefeated team in the North Star Athletic Association. A great record that they put together as far as the conference is concerned with 2 overtime wins. Overtime over the University of Jamestown and overtime over Mayville State last night. In fact, it took 2 overtimes for the Blue Hawk men up in Mayville last night, winning by a final score of 89-85. In their way today, the Vikings, their opportunities, we mentioned, is to chase down the clubhouse leader. Dickinson State's opportunities to sweep a conference weekend after going on the road and winning at Mayville last night. And so tonight, the Viking men looking for an opportunity at the conference leader thus far. And for the Vikings, it's been an up and down type of thing. They had a really tough loss at Bellevue on the road to get their conference season started, and nobody would sugarcoat that at all. They were down at one point by 40 points down at Bellevue, and that was, of course, without 2 starters that were supposed to be in the lineup that night. So we move on. We go to the next part of this situation, and the next part in that situation for the Vikings is game 2 of that road trip where they force overtime on a basket by Lamar Grayson with just 2 seconds left to go in the game. They end up winning in overtime to get their first conference win, but last night, a back-and-forth affair with the University of Jamestown here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Jimmies, at one point in that game, took a 55-50 lead and had a lot of momentum going their way, and the Vikings called timeout. The Vikings came back with a 9-0 run that forced 2 Jimmy timeouts in that sequence, and the Vikings went ahead. Each team had their opportunities. Nobody led by more than 6 until the last few minutes. The Jimmies end up winning by a final score of 85-81. So the Vikings have had 2 near misses, or I should say rather, the Vikings have had 2 close scrapes. One was a win, one was a near miss, but they're 1-2 in the league with a record of 10-5 overall. More on that in the standings when we continue in a couple of moments. So for the Vikings, the opportunities to go hunting after the leaders in the North Star Athletic Association. And for the Blue Hawks, the opportunities to go on the road and sweep a conference weekend. And that is just something that you cherish when you get to the end of the season. When you get to the end of the North Star Athletic Association grind, and you can look back, you've got a 1-game lead on somebody, or you've got tiebreakers on somebody, and you wonder what it is that improved your seed, you go looking for those sweeps that you had on the road. When you find one of those, you know that that was a big type of weekend for your team, so you have a chance to put that on the board if you're Dickinson State early here today at Valley City State. The Vikings would like to deny that. We'll see if they have the opportunity to do that coming up here throughout the course of this matchup. Our pregame report brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. And we'll get to that pregame report. We'll look at some of the players to watch in this one, along with our up-to-date conference standings. Again, for those of you that are joining us on the radio side, you'd like to take in the video, you can do that by going to newsdakota.com, our homepage, look under the sports link, and you'll find the video link underneath that sports section. Click on that. The video link for you for this one today is right there. And if you have a smart device, your smart television, you can find it on YouTube by searching out the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. You'll be able to pull that into your smart device and take it in the comfort of your home or wherever you may be today. Out on the ice, little ice fishing at some point. I mean, some people do that, you know what I mean? Wherever you are, however you're taking it in, get ready. We'll try to entertain you throughout the course of the second half of this conference doubleheader this weekend. It's the Vikings and the Blue Hawks from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. And we'll continue with our pregame report next. This is our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX Dickinson, KOVC Valley City, NewsDakota.com with video coverage, and also at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We're back with more in a moment.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC. Blue Hawk basketball today on KDIX in Dickinson from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. It's the Vikings and the Blue Hawks, Valley City State and Dickinson State, in a conference matchup here today. Pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all, here for good. For those of you in our video coverage, we'll show you what we have coming up on our screen. We'll fill you in for those of you on the radio side as well as we take a look at our standings up to date in the North Star Athletic Association. And as you can see, for those of you looking on, at Dickinson State University, well, they're the only undefeated team in the league. They gave Mayville State their first loss last night in the conference in double overtime up in Mayville. Bellevue, UJ, Valley City State all taking losses. Dakota State still winless in the North Star Athletic Association. So right now, Dickinson State, the only team that's left unblemished in the North Star, and yet the overall record for Dickinson State, 6-6. And one of the things we're finding out about the men's play is that very little is known about a team with their overall record because of the competitive level they choose to play. You look at that University of Jamestown team that's now 6-7 as far as what we were given last night at the table. The conference still has them with 9 losses, but the table last night had them with 7. We'll go with 6-7 until we hear otherwise. But the University of Jamestown's played a number of Division II teams at 1.6 in a row, and so it's hard to know. And the same thing with this Blue Hawk team. When you're playing a lot of non-conference games against perhaps those teams in Montana that are very good, or you travel down to play some GPAC schools, you just don't know what you're getting out of that overall record. And so Dickinson State right now 2-0. They've survived a couple of scrapes, and they're unbeaten in the league despite a record that's 500. Mayville State 11-5, best overall record in the conference. The Vikings next at 10-5, but Mayville State's 2-1 in the league. Bellevue, UJ, each 1-1 in the league, tied for third. The Vikings are fifth at 1-2. Dakota State's 0-2, and so the Vikings dropped this one. You're looking at 3 losses in the conference, and even though you've got that win over Dakota State, you're kind of down on the bottom tier. So the Vikings probably look at this as almost a must-win. You don't want to get swept at home during the course of a conference weekend, and after dropping that one last night at the hands of the University of Jamestown, they'll be motivated to try to turn this into a split of the weekend. But those are our conference standings that we have for you coming into the night. For the Vikings, the men to watch in this one this evening. Lamar Grayson, all-conference performer for the Vikings a year ago, 17.5 points per game, shooting 54.4% from the field. He's been dead-on accurate, and the Vikings have made a lot of use of Lamar throughout the course of this season. For Tyrell Krieger, 13 points per game, but look at that number inside the conference. 19 points per game in the league. Tyrell has flourished for the Vikings since this thing started moving into conference play. And Shaheed Muhammad, nearly 15 points per game so far this season in the conference. He's had a great conference run as well, and a near 80% foul line shooter. He's been able to use that to push those point totals a bit higher. For Dickinson State and the Blue Hawks, Kosei Egbule. He comes into this at 14.7 points per game, the leading scorer for Dickinson State. Trey Stevens, 13.5 points per game. John Evans at 10.3 points per game. Egbule we saw a lot of last year. He's very, very good. He has the opportunity to create quite a bit of things by himself. It's an undersized Dickinson State team. They've got a 6'7" post player. They've got some 6'7" off the bench as well, but in a lot of cases, they're going to run it at 6'8", 6'9" in this conference. Tonight, they won't run at anything higher than 6'7" as far as the Vikings are concerned. Should be a good matchup, and they're guard-oriented just like the Vikings are. 4 guards are going to start for Dickinson State University tonight, so you're going to see a lot of guard-oriented play by both of these teams. Those are the Blue Hawks to watch that we have for you this evening as well. We're going to take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup, and waiting to verify a couple of things for the Vikings. Agua Nywesh did not play yesterday, and Agua's been injured for Valley City State throughout the course of the last couple of trips, and I'm not sure if he's going to make it into the starting lineup tonight or not. It doesn't look like he will. The Vikings are going to start the same way as they did a night ago based on what they have on their bench right now. Let's take a look, first of all, at the Dickinson State University Blue Hawks, their starting lineup tonight, brought to you by CHI Mercy Health Valley City. Hello, Human Kindness, the guards for Dickinson State and the Blue Hawks. Kosei Egbule, a 6'2" senior from Houston, Texas. Trey Stevens, a 6'2" senior from Sparks, Nevada. John Evans, a 6'4" senior from Lethbridge, Alberta. And Jake Daniel, a 6'3" junior from Dickinson, North Dakota. And starting at the post tonight, Braden Palmer, a 6'5" senior from Alliance, Nebraska. Derek Selvig is in his 5th year as the head coach of the Blue Hawks. For Valley City State tonight, the guards, Tyrell Krieger, a 6'2" junior from Owatonna, Minnesota. Lamar Grayson, a 6' senior from Richfield, Minnesota. And Shaheed Muhammad, a 6' senior from Arden Hills, Minnesota. The forwards tonight for the Vikings will include Caden Grindy, a 6'4" junior from Spring Grove, Minnesota. And Odie Eurolang, a 6'6" senior from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Ryan Montgomery is in his 9th season as the head coach of Valley City State. The loss of Agua Nywesh is a thing that the Vikings are dealing with, and right now I take a look at the bench personnel for Valley City State, and I see Oseno Nagome, I see Jaden Pacha, but Agua Nywesh was expected to be a big part of what the Vikings can do. Very athletic, and without his ability to be on the floor for Valley City State, this team is certainly very different. And not sure exactly what the status may be for Agua. We'll have to check in with Ryan Montgomery to find out more about that, but obviously a lot of the game when Agua arrived at Valley City State last year was expected to go through Agua Nywesh, and he did not play last night. Don't see him in uniform tonight, I don't believe, for the Vikings, so that is a bit of an issue for Valley City State to have to deal with. Vikings are in black uniforms with the maroon, or I should say the cardinal numerals and letters. It's a very, very odd look, tough to pick it up, just kind of like the Viking women. At least the Viking women had that white outline around their numbers and letters, though. Dickinson State, I kind of like the simplistic home uniforms even. It just says Dickinson State, 1 over the number, 1 under. No crazy fonts or anything like that, just keeping it basic on those Blue Hawk white uniforms, the blue trim. Braden Palmer will jump for Dickinson State, and he'll jump against Odie Eurolang for Valley City State. And the men's half of our doubleheader is underway, just a few minutes past the scheduled start time. Tyrell Krieger will control the ball for the Vikings. They move from right to left as we get this one started. Lamar Grayson stepping off to Shaheed Muhammad. Muhammad took a look at a three-point shot, decides to pass on it, gets a screen from Odie Eurolang, works his way into the lane. Now Muhammad cut off. Comes back to Tyrell Krieger, left wing, curls back with a dribble on top. Shot clock under 10. Krieger looking to set up a play, steps left, pulls up on a mid-range jump shot. It was challenged. Rebound rebound to Kosei Egbule after being missed by the Vikings, and the Blue Hawks are into the front court for their first possession. Egbule backing his way down, hard contact back and forth with Muhammad. He'll kick it out towards the right corner. Jake Daniel working his way back to the top. Daniel, hometown kid, Dickinson kid, I believe a Dickinson Trinity Titan if I remember right. Kick out to John Evans in the left corner. The ball too low for Evans to retrieve it. Blue Hawks will turn it over, and Valley City State will get the basketball back. For those of you that missed our women's matchup, boy, oh boy, a tough one for Dickinson State. 32 turnovers for the Blue Hawk women in that matchup. In the third quarter, they had 12 turnovers and only 10 points. Caden Grindy inside against Daniel, turns and scores. Correction against John Evans. Caden Grindy going into the post. The Vikings may have a matchup there they think they can work with. Grindy doesn't play a lot in the post offensively, but they go right after John Evans and score, and the Vikings take a 2-0 lead to start the matchup. Jake Daniel on top, Evans top of the key. He'll look left side to Kosei Egbule. They want to go inside, trying to find Braden Palmer hard in the post against Olang. Now Egbule will drive into the baseline himself. Lost handle of the basketball. Picked up on top. 3 by Trey Stevens. Good, and Dickinson State takes their first lead. Call it a broken play, but when you hit the shot, it looks good on the scoreboard. 3-2. Dickinson State by 1. Olang top of the key. Lamar Grayson curling towards the left. He'll drive in on Egbule. Bank shot good for Lamar. Lamar Grayson's first 2. Fadeaway bank going up against Egbule, and he'll give up size against Egbule in that matchup tonight, but the Vikings get a bucket there and take a 4-3 lead. A lot of body on the near sideline. The ball just kind of thrown up for grabs by Trey Stevens. They kick to Jake Daniel. A stop, kick out right side. Evans, right wing 3, good. Dickinson State, a pair of threes to get started. And it's the Blue Hawks 6 and the Vikings 4 after 2 minutes of play on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Dickinson State by 2. Krieger working to the right side. He'll reverse to Grindy, into Olang, and back out to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger sets down the dribble, working right corner, leaves it off for Shaheed Muhammad. Muhammad curling left, hard take in the lane with the left hand. Big play by Shaheed Muhammad. That's a hard take to the glass for Shaheed Muhammad, curling from the right wing all the way with a left hand finish. The Vikings tie up the Blue Hawks at 6 apiece. Court wide pass that's going to stumble out of bounds on Jake Daniel. Ball will go back to Valley City State. Look at that play by Shaheed Muhammad on the NewsDakota.com replay. You watch what Muhammad gets done here. Curls from the right, high, hard against contact on the left, and scores it. And Valley City State has tied up Dickinson State at 6 apiece. Vikings back into the front court after a Blue Hawk turnover. Olang on the left elbow, handing to Lamar Grayson. Hard take against Egbule and a foul. Kosei Egbule putting hands out to try to strip Lamar Grayson. And Egbule will be called for his first. Should put Lamar Grayson on the foul line for Valley City State. Grayson shooting foul shots this season at 73.5%, 61 of 83. Been there a lot. 17.5 point scorer, 16.3 in the league. First foul shot, no good. We heaped a ton of pressure on Lamar. Second foul shot upcoming as the Vikings try to crack a 6-all tie. Grayson back of the line. And he'll lean into number 2. That one is good, and the Vikings will take a 1-point lead. A score of 7-6 in favor of Valley City State. Little loop into Trey Stevens on the inbounds pass, contested by the Vikings. John Evans, Vikings trapping all the way up the floor. Stevens able to beat it, dribbles away from pressure. Got it back to Evans on top. He'll be stripped on the way in by Shaheed Muhammad, and Muhammad will be called for a foul as well. So the Vikings aren't going to stop. The Vikings are going to go ahead and come after you all the way up the floor. And we see that a lot from Valley City State, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that approach. Vikings love to use their defense to their advantage, and they love to spread it out and really put a lot of pressure on you in that style of basketball. John Evans first is good. The struggles that the Vikings have had in that situation have been, first and foremost, the rebounding situation, which was tough on them last night. John Evans with his second foul shot, and then the foul trouble that they get into, but that has been more of a secondary concern. The rebounding situation last night was tough. They were out-rebounded 41-28 last night by the University of Jamestown in their loss to the Jimmies. 8-7 Blue Hawks by 1 after the foul shots by Evans. Shaheed Muhammad steps in and steps back. Lamar Grayson working right on the screen for Modi Olang. 15-footer, Lamar Grayson pulling up and hitting. Lamar Grayson makes it 9-8. Valley City State by 1 as the teams are trading some blows in the early going. Has the makings of a tight matchup at least early. Stevens looking left side. Kosei Egbule. Head fake, hesitated on what would have been a 3. He'll stop. Send it back to John Evans on the top with the key attacking left against Muhammad. Now back to the basket, right and left, and Evans created his own separation. He's got 7. That's a matchup that the Vikings may not win. They went after John Evans with the post up from Caden Grindy, but on the other side of the floor, it's Shahid Muhammad trying to defend John Evans, and Evans was able to step back. And now the Blue Hawks show some signs of 2-3 zone. Going to come out of that man-to-man play. Shahid Muhammad on the right side, working back to Lamar Grayson on top. Right side, Tyrell Krieger for the Vikings. Back to Muhammad. He'll catch and shoot for three. It's off the front of the rim. Rebound scrum is won by Evans on the baseline for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks come away with the basketball, leading by one. A score of 10-9. The Vikings force a turnover. Odeuro jumps the passing lane at midcourt. Grindy cuts inside and scores. Great look from Lamar Grayson, and Caden Grindy will score. The Vikings textbook play the way they like to do it. They go right to their defense to create. That defense does in fact create. And then the Vikings come back with a bucket on the back end of it to take the lead back. It's 11-10 Valley City State. Egbole in the right corner backing down against Muhammad. Now a turn by Egbole to his right hand. Missed, got his own miss, and the second effort's good. Another opportunity by the guards of Dickinson State to back down a Viking defender. That time it was Egbole backing down against Muhammad. 12-11. Blue Hawks with a 1-point lead. As back and forth we go in the first 5 minutes of the game. Left corner three, Grindy comes up short. Rebound, Trey Stevens on a loose basketball. Took a look up the floor, wanted to stretch it, finds Egbole. He will stretch it to Braden Palmer in the right block. Palmer bodied up, kicks it back to Stevens on the top of the key. Turn, pivot inside the lane, back to Evans out on top again. Daniel reversal to Stevens. A challenged three is off the back end of the rim. Krieger got way out in Stevens' face to take away the eyes. Krieger will take the ball back from Odeuro who rebounded it, and rebound will turn into a foul inside against Braden Palmer. Dickinson State doesn't like it. Braden Palmer will be called for his first. Palmer, 6'5 senior out of Alliance, Nebraska. Backing down to the baseline, and the turn by Odier brought him into Palmer. And right now, Derek Selvig is pleading the case for Dickinson State, saying that it was in fact the turn by Odier that created the contact, but the official underneath saying nope, this will be a blocking foul. And the Vikings will inbound the basketball. Jaden Pacha enters the game for the Vikings and takes possession of the inbound pass. 6'5 senior from Houston, Texas, enters the game for the Vikings. Krieger, a step back from the left elbow. That jumper short. And Kosei Egbole has the rebound for Dickinson State. It's 12-11, the Blue Hawks by one. On the LaRue-Lacko Financial scoreboard, we played 6 minutes of the opening half. Some subs in for Dickinson State, and a cut to the basket for Cordell Stinson. Stinson getting to the bucket for the first time today. 6'5 junior out of Reno, Nevada scores his first two. Jaden Wright has also stepped into the game. 6'1 senior out of Dickinson, North Dakota. He'll step out in the wing to play a position there. And the Blue Hawks have sent in Aiden Fischel, a 6' senior from Scobie, Montana. Hard take, Lamar Grayson leaves a finger roll layup short. Rebound pulled down by Cordell Stinson for the Blue Hawks. And Dickinson State comes into the front court. Fisher will take the basketball left wing, bounces one down low for Palmer, challenged by Pacha. Palmer trying to back down Pacha. Hard take with the left shoulder, pulls up and scores with the right hand. And right now the Vikings are being bodied out of some spots in the post. Dickinson State uses it to take a 16-11 advantage over the Vikings here in the early going of the opening half of play. Vikings looking for an offensive answer, but they'll have to solve that defensively no matter what. Grayson cuts between a pair of defenders and scores. This is not a situation, though, with Dickinson State where you want to get into a back-and-forth scoring fest. The Vikings are going to have to find something they can hang their hat on defensively inside with all the backing down from the guard positions that the Blue Hawks are able to do physically. Jaden Wright looking for a basketball on the baseline. It's knocked out of bounds by Valley City State. Weston Zacher, 6'7 freshman out of Elgin, North Dakota. Freshman out of Elgin will step into the matchup. If I'm not mistaken, Elgin has a German festival out there that I've seen on a couple of billboards from time to time. I took a trip home from Nebraska on the road that went right through there once. I've always wanted to see what that looks like as well. That sounds like a fun time. Ball on the top of the key, Fischel. Kick out, three by Kosei Egbole won't fall. Jaden Pacha has the rebound for Valley City State. Vikings down three at 16-13, a turnover. Odier trying to dribble free, ends up banging into a body. Cordell Stinson hard to the glass, and we'll see a blocking foul and a blocked shot as well. Odier blocked the shot, but it's the body against Jaden Pacha that's going to result in a foul, and it will put Cordell Stinson on the foul line for Dickinson State. Pacha's first, and this will put Stinson to the foul line for the Blue Hawks. And Stinson will take a couple. On the season, Cordell, a 58.3% foul shooter. And his first is on the way here and good. Well, you can see why he might have a lower percentage. That foul shot from Cordell Stinson is kind of a line drive. There's a little bit of arc to it, but he sends it at the rim pretty hard. 21 of 36. He's at a decent sample size as well. He gets both to go in here. Stinson 2 of 2. The Blue Hawks are 4 of 4 on the day. 68% foul shooting team, but they made 4 of their first 4, and they used them again to take a 5-point lead at 18-13. Jerome Washington, 3-point shot from the top of the key. Jerome getting a few more minutes as of late. And Jerome Washington is a shooting specialist. Checking in, 6'5" senior from Andover, Kansas, knocks down a 3, and the Vikings have trimmed the lead to 2. Official in the backcourt for Dickinson State, finding John Evans on the left sideline. Evans a stop, back to Fischel out between the rings. Steps up against Grayson, works to Stinson, lob inside. Ball taken up there momentarily by Weston Zacher. Plays back out to right. He'll kick back to Zacher, and the big man wants a 3. He's got it. Weston Zacher is 6'7" and 245 pounds. And he looks like he played offensive line in the 9-man football team if there is one. But he hits a 3, and the Vikings are back down 5. Washington for a 3 to answer. Got it again. And Jerome's starting to feel it a little bit, and a timeout will be taken by Dickinson State after Jerome Washington is open for back-to-back 3-point shots. And Derek Selvig, the head coach of the Blue Hawks, is absolutely livid with Dickinson State as they come to the sideline. We'll keep it here on this timeout. It's been a while since I've seen a head coach this animated with his own team, but Jerome Washington popping off the bench, allowed to be open left wing, allowed to be open right wing. He splashed them both, and it looked rather accurate doing it. And that prompted an immediate 30-second timeout from the Blue Hawks for just an absolutely irate Derek Selvig. So the Blue Hawks, fresh after having perhaps a bit of their keister chewed away, will come back onto the floor with the Vikings back within 2 after the latest 3 by Jerome Washington at 21-19. 11:39 to play in the opening half on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Aiden Fischel trying to kick back to the baseline. Has one booted out of bounds by Jaden Pacha. John Evans will inbound the basketball, and the Vikings are back up the floor in their regular trapping pressure. Evans out of the corner, looking to inbound. Sends it in, it's poked away. Intended for right, poked away. Pacha to the glass will score. Jaden Pacha, the takeaway breakaway. He's got 2, and we're tied at 21. And the Vikings continue to hunt where they're trapping pressure. Fischel streaks up the far sideline after the inbounds play. He's able to beat it. Dickinson State goes to work. Evans off to Stinson. Back to Fischel on the top of the key. Right out of the left corner, looking in at Zacher. Can't find him. Works back to right on the left wing, and now Evans again on top. Shot clock at 10. Right, Zacher in the post. Turn, backing down. Shaheed Muhammad stripped him. Zacher got it back. Plays it back to Fischel. Shot clock 2-1. He got it off. It just barely drew iron, but it's short. And the rebound's pulled down by Ladarius Stanfield for Valley City State. A 6'6" senior from Sacramento, California, pulls down the board. A step, Krieger double pivoting. Kicks left corner, finding Jerome Washington, who stepped on the sideline while in possession of the basketball. This goes back to the Blue Hawks on the turnover. Lamar Grayson will come back into the matchup, replacing Tyrell Krieger. Grayson with 7 so far for the Vikings. Jerome Washington 6. The Blue Hawks are led by 7 from John Evans and 4 off the bench from Cordell Stinson. Dickinson State having all kinds of problems inbounding the basketball. The athleticism of the Vikings in the backcourt beginning to play its way into the game here. Inbounds play again from the near sideline. Trey Stevens, who's back in for the Blue Hawks, will inbound it. He sends it into Jaden Wright. Wright coming way back from the stripe to take that one deep near the baseline. Into the middle of the floor for Stevens to beat the Viking trap, and now Fischel steps up on the top of the key for Dickinson State. Sags away left wing, reverses back to Stevens, top of the key. Zacher, right side, faced up by Stanfield. Ball left corner, 3 by Stevens, trickles off, and a rebound to Jaden Pacha, who was hit in the face by Cordell Stinson. And the ball is headed back to the Vikings after a foul against Stinson. Be team foul number 3 against Dickinson State. Nearly halfway through the opening half. The fouls have been at a minimum thus far. Lamar Grayson will take the inbounds pass from Pacha. Vikings and Blue Hawks tied at 21 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Pacha on the left foul line. Works his way right. Bodies up on Stinson. High bank shot strong. Zacher the rebound. for Dickinson State, but we saw Pacha trying to initiate off the body as the Blue Hawks were allowed to do that from their guard positions back in the first few minutes of the game. Stinson taking a pass to beat the Viking trap, drives left against Washington, into Zacher, fall away off the glass strong, got his own miss. Turnaround, fall away, put back, good. Zacher the hook shot, he'll score his fifth. Boy, the young man out of Elgin having a good start to the game, a 3 and a 2, that time after an offensive rebound. Blue Hawks back up to 23-21. A media stoppage coming up next, dead ball. Shahid Mohammed curling, driving, left one up with the left hand, ends up getting his own miss after it was through the hands of Stinson. Pacha, bounce pass into the post, and Grayson, who posts up on Zacher and got him in the air for a foul. Lamar Grayson, the guard at 6 feet, goes in to post up Weston Zacher at 6'7", got Zacher in the air. Weston Zacher commits the foul. This should bring us to a media timeout with 9:28 to play opening half. Good one here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. It's the Blue Hawks 23, the Vikings 21. We have a timeout for Mobility Plus rehabilitation. We're back with more Viking and Blue Hawk basketball, KOVC, KDIX video coverage at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and also online at newsdakota.com. And we're back with more in just a couple of moments. Do stay with us.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula. 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today. Those of you joining us in the western part of the state on KDIX, thank you for joining us today. And the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC in Valley City. Ryan Cunningham with you. Olivia Ingstead is with our crack-up video coverage tonight. She has been all over it. She's caught everything. First foul shot from Lamar Grayson is good. I didn't even elicit a smile from Olivia while I was talking about her just now. She's all over the video stuff right now. Lamar Grayson's second is on the way. That's good as well. Lamar Grayson, 2 of 2 from the foul line. The Vikings tie the game at 23 apiece with Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks in looking for a sweep of a conference weekend after winning in double overtime last night in Mayville. And the Vikings trying to salvage a split of the weekend after dropping a tight game against the University of Jamestown last night here at the Fieldhouse. Ball top of the key for Aiden Fischel for Dickinson State. Ladarius Stanfield comes out to defend in the Vikings player-to-player. On the left side, Dickinson State sends one in. Let me make a correction. That's the 1-3-1 trapping zone. Stevens for 3 is short from the top of the key. For a moment, it looked like they had stepped up player-to-player, but the Vikings did go to 1-3-1 zone defense, something that's been a staple for Ryan Montgomery in his time here as the Viking head coach. And the Vikings will get a shot missed and the ball back. Kosei Egbule has stepped back onto the floor. Braden Palmer did as well during the break, as did Jake Daniel back on the floor. Tyrell Krieger, high bank shot to the glass. Tyrell, graceful, getting in for his first 2 points today. And the Vikings take a 25-23 lead. Egbule to Daniel on the left side of the floor and out to Fischel on the wing. Ball works to Trey Stevens on top. Egbule on the right side, high and court wide. Daniel, catch and shoot. He's going to get rid of it for 3, and it's good. Jake Daniel stepping out of the left corner. He wanted to shoot at his first opportunity. Cut off. He just made a little jab step and then pulled up anyway. Did not put the ball on the ground. Blue Hawks lead by 1 at 26-25. Krieger right side from the right elbow. He knocks down another. Tyrell Krieger with 4. Numbers at the media stoppage in a 23-21 lead for Dickinson State. 4 Blue Hawk turnovers, 2 for the Vikings. 57% shooting for Dickinson State, 56% shooting for Valley City State. The offenses had their way of it in the early going. Egbule, a Euro step and a kick out, too strong. Looking for Trey Stevens on the wing. That one airmails out of bounds, and the Vikings will take it back. Rebounding advantage was 8-5 Blue Hawks, 2-1 offensive. Vikings in the neighborhood in that category. And right now, Valley City State leading by a score of 27-26. Vikings into the front court with it as well. Tyrell Krieger working to the right side. Stevens comes out to defend him. Grayson left alone on the foul line. Pulls up on a jump shot. Missed it. That's not a place you want to leave Lamar Grayson with that much space. Dickinson State got away with it as John Evans came down with a rebound. Stevens looking at a half-court trap, in trouble. Glides one down the near sideline. Left open is Cordell Stinson back into the trap. He'll give to Evans, who was blocked on a shot on the way up. Thought he was fouled. He was not. Stanfield blocked the shot. Viking, Shaheed Muhammad into Stanfield. Pivoting, pulling up on Evans and scoring off the glass. Ladarius Stanfield's first two. And the Vikings have 7 players on the scoreboard tonight. They lead by 3 at 29-26. The Blue Hawks not turning it over a lot, but they do seem to have a bit of a struggle with the Viking trapping pressure. They're not getting the looks offensively that they want to even after breaking it. Left side, John Evans for Dickinson State. Stinson on the right into the corner for Kosei Egbule. Egbule driving baseline, cut off by Caden Grindy. He kicks out to Daniel for 3. It's an air ball. And the rebound saved in bounds for some odd reason by Lamar Grayson. He may have thought he touched it. He'll save it to Shaheed Muhammad. Vikings back up the floor. Muhammad kicking back to Grayson, trailing with the left hand. Grayson scores. Lamar Grayson again. He's got a double-figure night in the opening half with 11. You watch this play on the newsdakota.com replay. A great look by Muhammad, who had Grayson behind him, made nearly a no-look pass, and Grayson finishes again, going hard to that side. And the Vikings have a 31-26 advantage in the matchup. Ball left side of the floor taken by Kosei Egbule. He'll work out towards the right. John Evans, couple of jab steps on Lamar Grayson, and a blocking foul. Coming up against Lamar, his first. So Lamar Grayson will be called for a foul. That will be his first. And we'll see a change as Ladarius Stanfield will step off, and Odir Olang will return to the game for Valley City State. Team foul number 3 against the Vikings. We're down to 6:08 to play in the opening half. This has been a rapidly moving first half of basketball. Evans being face guarded by Caden Grindy. Evans comes up with a jump ball, and the Blue Hawks go to work. Evans left side into the corner for Egbule. Shakes, drives his way in, back in on Krieger. Egbule pulls up on a fall away. Shots missed, and a rebound contested. Brought down by Odir Olang. Grindy with a Euro step. A kick out to Krieger in the left corner. Reversal back to Grindy. Underneath Grayson, who will score. That's a huge pass from Caden Grindy to beat a defender, and he found Lamar Grayson in the baseline. And the Vikings take a 7-point lead at 33-26. Egbule up front, Daniel on the right side for the Blue Hawks. Stevens back to Daniel, right wing uncontested. 3 on the way is good. Jake Daniel knocks down his second 3-point shot of the day. 33-29. Valley City State's lead is trimmed to 4 after a brief 3-possession advantage that the Vikings had a couple of moments ago. Vikings back into the front court with it. Grayson driving, looking left side. Muhammad for 3, left it short. Rebound to Jake Daniel playing center field underneath the basket. Ball off near side for Kosei Egbule. Back to Daniel to beat the Viking trap. It'll work to Trey Stevens on the top of the key. Stevens back to the right. Daniel, couple of jab steps to his right. Sets down a left-handed dribble and finds Stinson. Now to Evans on the left wing. Back to Egbule right side. Stinson backing in on Grayson. Pulls up. Scores uncontested. Lamar Grayson with a foul. Didn't want to. He just allowed Stinson to kind of roam and do what he wanted to do. And Stinson with plenty of space to score his 6th. And the Viking lead has been cut to 2 at 33-31. 4.5 to play in the opening half on our LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard. Shaheed Muhammad stepping right on a crossover, drives in on Trey Stevens. A stop underneath the basket, plays for Odir Olang, who dribbled off his foot. Egbule picks up the loose basketball, a turnover by the Vikings. Blue Hawks back up front. Egbule pocket pick. Grindy with a quick reach over. He plays up the floor, looking for Grayson. Trey Stevens will defend it out of bounds for the Blue Hawks. It's Viking basketball. Jaden Patcha comes into the matchup. Jerome Washington will do so as well. Grindy leaves, and Shaheed Muhammad will step off. And Patcha will inbound the basketball for Valley City State. Grayson streaking to the inbounds pass. Now curls away from pressure. Goes against Stinson on the foul line. Lobs one in for Odir Olang on the post entry. A hard turn by Odir. He got forced into a jump ball. And the held arrow is going to favor Dickinson State. Odir trying to turn, had the ball knocked right down into his hands. He eventually lost it, but they'll say that it came down with enough possession for Odir Olang to trigger the held ball call. And the Vikings trying to work their way back, or actually rather the Blue Hawks trying to work their way back into the front court after the turnover. Daniel Stinson, foul line, driving against Pacha, left it short. Rebound spiked loose by Odier Lang through Stinson's hands. Run down by Lamar Grayson. Vikings in transition. Pacha hard take, got fouled, put it up. It's going to be waved off anyway. Cordell Stinson trying to get back, will be called for a second. Well, the game plan as of late has been pretty simple offensively for the Vikings. The gas pedal is reaching the floorboard. That's just simply the way it is. It is full-on acceleration for Valley City State anytime they have a chance to run the floor. They seem to be trying to run Dickinson State into submission. Krieger, a pull-up off the dribble for three, rims in and out. Rebound to Evans underneath for Dickinson State. Down to 3.5 to play in the opening half. Krieger poked the ball loose from Evans, but John Evans able to rescue it. He gets held up. Now Krieger pokes one loose, intended for Trey Stevens. Stevens got it back. They send it back to Jaden Wright, and the Blue Hawks go to work. Evans on the top of the key, left side for Stevens, being defended by Washington. Big physical battle on the far side of the floor between Palmer and Pacha, and now a defensive switch that'll put Jerome Washington on Palmer inside. Evans kicks out to the right, three by Jaden Wright at the horn of the shot clock, ends up strong, and the rebound to Pacha on the weak side for Valley City State. Vikings back up front, a near takeaway. Jaden Wright jumped the passing lane that was intended for Lamar Grayson. And the Vikings will keep the basketball in the front court. Grayson's going to get a breather as Shahid Muhammad comes to the table. Muhammad will check in, replacing Lamar. Good first half for Lamar Grayson. 13 first half points for Lamar. We're down to 3 minutes to play opening half. Pacha giving to Jerome Washington. Couple of big threes for Washington in tight spots. Pacha back to the basket on Evans, trying to back him down. A kick out. Odier left alone, doesn't take the three but bluffs it. Spins his way in on Palmer and puts it back to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger, a stop-and-go dribble against Jaden Wright. Spins loose, drew four defenders. Looked in for Odier Olang. That's out of bounds off of Olang, and it goes back to Dickinson State. You don't see four defenders corral one player very often, but in that case, the Vikings had the advantage. They just failed to recognize it on time, and Odier was late getting the basketball and couldn't receive it cleanly. Stevens for Dickinson State will bring the ball back up. Vikings pressing, but player to player. Daniel on the left side of the floor, reverses to John Evans between the rings. Now right side for Stevens, bounce pass to Palmer, right block, trying to back down Odier Olang. Stevens turned to his right hand, high bank missed, and a sky-high rebound for Jaden Pacha. He threw it away. Jaden Wright steps in front of a pass. Wright goes to the basket, had a shot partially blocked, he scored anyway, and Wright talks a little on the end of that, and he deserves to. Pacha threw it right to him, and Wright was down inches against Pacha. Pacha was able to get a hand on the basketball. Wright absorbed it, got it up and scored. And the Viking lead is gone. Now tied at 33. Hard take. Krieger left that one short. Pacha no board. Putback rams in. Big play inside for Jaden Pacha. He's got four off the bench. Not pretty. Went back and forth off both sides of the rim, but he scores it. The Vikings back up 2 with a minute 35 to play in the opening half. Palmer again versus Pacha. Offensive foul, and Jaden Pacha may have lured Braden Palmer into it. Palmer put an arm out. That's probably what's going to trigger the offensive foul. It'll be the second. Take a look at it again on our newsdakota.com replay. You'll see Palmer post up on this block, and you'll see the right arm come out. There it was, and that shove is what triggers the call, the offensive foul. And the Vikings come away with the basketball with 1:25 left of the opening half, leading by 2. Ball right side of the floor for Shahid Muhammad. Knocked through his hands. Jake Daniel knocked it away from Muhammad, and Muhammad tipped it out of bounds. The teams will trade giveaways, and Dickinson State will get the basketball back. Right to inbound, neither team playing cleanly down the final few moments of this opening half. Stevens working right side. A ball knocked loose momentarily by Tyrell Krieger, but Stevens reinitiates the dribble. Evans on the top of the key, right to the right corner for Weston Zacher, the big freshman out of Elgin, North Dakota, that had 5 earlier in the matchup. A turn, Stevens, follow-away jump shot from 15. Missed it, the rebound pulled down one-handed by Jerome Washington. Vikings back into the front court quickly. Muhammad cutting through defenders, got to the glass, had the shot blocked off the board by Evans. Trey Stevens comes up, loose basketball for Dickinson State, pull up off the dribble, trickles a 3. Trey Stevens with 6. The Blue Hawks go transition mode and take the lead from the Vikings. It's 36-35 at the end of the opening half with 40 seconds to play. Ball with the Vikings. There is a differential, about 17 seconds. Ball handed off right side. It's taken by Tyrell Krieger. A reversal, Odier left alone and traveled, bluffing a 3. He was trying to draw Weston Zacher. He did, but in the process, Odier traveled trying to get his start to the basket, or at least to the hoop, the board perhaps, after Zacher came out and committed to him. And in that moment, the Vikings give it back, and Dickinson State can play for one if they so choose. 20 seconds left of the opening half. Ball back court with Trey Stevens. Stevens looking left side, found John Evans. Waiting for him is Odiero Lang about 10 feet shy. A stop by Evans, 10 seconds left, and the Blue Hawks will get things started. A handoff to Stevens out by the center circle. 5 seconds left. Stevens creeping his way to the top of the key. Crossed the left hand with 2. With 1, he forces up the jumper and hit it at the horn. Trey Stevens from the left elbow sets up his shot and scores his 8th point to push the lead to 3 for Dickinson State as we go to the locker rooms. Good close for the Blue Hawks. Great flow for the Vikings in the middle of that opening half, and not much decided at the end of the first half of play. On your LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard after a half, it's Dickinson State 38, Valley City State 35. We'll come back with your halftime report presented by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Halftime highlights for those of you on the video side of things on the way in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball. Blue Hawk basketball, KDIX Dickinson. Viking basketball on KOVC Valley City with video coverage at newsdakota.com and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We're back with more in a couple of moments.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
You're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on KOVC, the voice of the Valley and the voice of the Vikings. Blue Hawk basketball today on KDIX in Dickinson. Pinch hitting for Rod today in Dickinson. And those of you joining us with video coverage on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, subscribe to the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Every time we go live, you'll get a notification so you can keep up with the Vikings throughout the course of the season. And we're in our first year of partnership with Valley City State, I3G Media Sports, and Valley City State coming together to present the Viking video broadcast throughout the course of the year. We're having a lot of fun with it. We continue to think of new ways to innovate it, so hold on. We'll find out more about what's going on in the future. The Vikings today trailing Dickinson State at the break, 38-35, a game the Vikings led by as many as 7 in the interior of that opening half. Dickinson State with a strong close. For a while, the Blue Hawks struggled to handle the pressure that Valley City State was able to throw on defensively, but a couple of late three-point shots and some forced turnovers by Dickinson State as well that kind of lead to the Vikings giving up that opening half lead. A handful of highlights from the opening half. Our highlights are brought to you by newsdakota.com. Let's take a look at a couple of the highlights that we had for you in that first half of basketball. We get started with the Vikings here. This is Shaheed Muhammad from the right side. A big finish for Shaheed Muhammad, going hard inside and scoring. And Muhammad with a big play there for the Vikings. We saw some very athletic play from the Viking guards in that opening half. Here's Tyrell Krieger. Nice finish high off the glass for the Vikings as well. We knew the game would be guard-oriented. Vikings back up the floor in transition here as well. Muhammad's spin move, and there's Lamar Grayson cutting through some defenders. Lamar has had such a great season for Valley City State so far, following up a season where he was blessed with some all-conference honors, and he continues to be the leading scorer for Valley City State coming into the day. And we talked about this being a very guard-oriented situation, so who will have a forward or post that shows up at some point? Well, Cordell Stinson did a bit of that for Dickinson State in that opening half. Weston Zacher did a bit of that as well. Jaden Patcha a bit offensively, but the Vikings are looking for a bit of an offensive answer inside. Odeiro Lang was held scoreless in the first half of play. Individual numbers in this matchup. First of all, for Dickinson State, Blue Hawks led by 8 points from Trey Stevens in that opening half of play. John Evans added 7. Jake Daniels with 6 on a pair of threes that were well-timed. And Weston Zacher, the freshman off the bench, with a 3 and a 2. The big 245-pounder hit a 3 out of the right corner to get his scoring started today, then pulled down an O-board and scored that as well. Also 6 points in the matchup for Cordell Stinson. Kosei Egbule, the leading scorer for Dickinson State, held the 2. Braden Palmer, Jaden Wright with 2 each as well. Rebounders, 4 for Kosei Egbule. No one else with more than 3 for Dickinson State. The Vikings out-rebounded the Blue Hawks 14-13 in the opening half, in part because of Jaden Patcha, who had 5 rebounds to lead the way for Valley City State. And when the Vikings out-rebound a team, that's worth talking about, because typically the Vikings struggle on the rebounding side of things. Lamar Grayson, the leading scorer for the Vikings, with 13 points. Jerome Washington, a pair of threes that were also well-timed. He had 6. Tyrell Krieger with 4. Caden Grindy with 4. Jaden Patcha with 4. Shaheed Muhammad and Ladarius Stanfield each had 2 for the Vikings, who trailed by 3 at the break, 38-35. Numbers, the Vikings, after forcing some turnovers early, were led back into their own game, and Dickinson State out-turnovered the Vikings in the first half. Blue Hawks forced 8. The Vikings forced 7 Blue Hawk turnovers, but we mentioned the Vikings out-rebounded Dickinson State 14-13. The Vikings shot 55.5% from the field. When you're looking for a difference, however, the Blue Hawks were 6 of 13 from the three-point line. That's 46% from beyond the arc on an enemy floor. The Vikings took only 6 three-point shots. They really made an effort to be guard-oriented, try to force their way to the basket down the stretch, and passed up on some threes. And we'll see if the Vikings stick with that game plan coming up in the second half. That is your halftime summary. And again, our halftime report brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Rambo is your place to go when it's time for your promotional products or your promotional apparel. Rambo knows that you have a team to promote or you have a business to promote. So when it's time to put your logo to work, it's time to call Rambo. Give Rambo a call. Find out more by searching Rambo. That's RAMBOW. Rambo online. Great people, great Viking fans, and they'll do the promotional work that you're looking for at Rambo. They bring you our halftime report here today. The Vikings earlier winning in women's play today. Valley City State with a 79-52 win over Dickinson State University, getting their first conference victory. The Vikings improved to 1-3 in the league in women's basketball. Dickinson State dropping to 0-3 inside the conference. Here, the Vikings trail by 3 at the break to Dickinson State, 38-35. More on our halftime report coming up in a couple of moments. We'll take a look at what's coming up next for the Vikings, to include plenty of track and field. The indoor season is underway, and that's an active season right now for Valley City State. They're doing a lot in that indoor season at this point. We'll talk more about that when we continue and show you the schedule that they have coming up next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX in Dickinson. Video coverage, newsdakota.com and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. And we're back with more in a moment. Stay with us.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Oh, Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right. Lever's Foods.
Happy New Year from Lever's Foods. All this week, save on Pizza Corner frozen pizzas, $6.88. Our family shredded or chunk cheese, 2 for $3.88. Our family potato chips, 2 for just $3.88. And boneless beef top sirloin steak, only $6.99 a pound. Deliveries available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on KOVC, Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX and Dickinson, and video coverage at newsdakota.com and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We have reached halftime of the men's matchup. It's 38-35. Dickinson State with a 3-point lead over Valley City State at the end of the first half. And the Vikings looking for a split of the conference weekend. Dickinson State, big opportunity, chance to go on the road and sweep a conference weekend after winning in double overtime last night in Mayville. 2 wins for Dickinson State in the conference thus far, and both have been by overtime. They're 2-0, including last night, which was actually a double overtime matchup, 89-85. And hey, you know what? If you've got a rabbit's foot, you'll play overtime if it means getting victories, right? So what's ahead for Valley City State? Let's take a look at what's coming up in the near future for the Vikings, as there are plenty of things that are happening out there. More basketball coming up as well. We take a look at the upcoming schedule. Next up for us will be January 10th here at Valley City State, W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings will host Mayville State in a women's and men's doubleheader. Good rivalry matchup, good Friday night matchup as well. Comets will come in. They're playing against the University of Jamestown today, and they'll either be 3-1 or 2-2 after a situation where they went on the road and won 2 games at Bellevue and at Dakota State, both just kind of squeaking by. Then last night you're at home and you don't get the breaks and you lose in overtime. On the women's side of things, Mayville State's been ranked to start the season. A very good team that had really tough luck in their opening conference weekend, but beat Dickinson State by 21 last night to try to get right with the world. Then on the 17th, it's a doubleheader against Dickinson State on the road. So the Vikings are at home this coming Friday, 2 Fridays from now on the road. And here's what's different about the conference this season is that you play one and done. You know, you're used to coming home Friday, Saturday. That's what we did for the longest time in conference basketball. And this year, a strange number of teams, and you're having to, in some cases, play 3 days worth of basketball, conference opponents rotating against one another. And then you come away and you play a conference weekend, and then you play one and done for a couple of weeks in a row. So only 1 game for the Vikings, Friday night against Mayville, and then on the 17th, Friday night on the road against Dickinson State. And the next day, you can see, well, let me make a correction on that. That is a full conference weekend. We flipped that thing around. The Mayville State matchup, my apologies, is going to be the one and done on the 10th. And then it's Dickinson State and the University of Jamestown on the road, the 17th and 18th. But sandwiched in the middle of that will be that Bison Team Cup indoor track and field event. That goes on the 18th. And the track and field team will go to the Cobber Open indoor as well. They've been busy. And keep in mind, somewhere in there, and Jaden will come back to us as part of our broadcast team. Coming up here in, I think, about a week is when he's set to come back with the rest of the students at Valley City State. But Jaden Babiak will tell us more about what baseball looks like. But we're going to get into that coming up here in short order as well. I mean, spring break rolls around. It's time to... They do it right, don't they? The bat sports and spring break, Arizona or Florida, wherever they go, getting the warm weather in. But that'll all come together, and you'll have track and field, baseball, softball, and basketball all going on at the same time. It's kind of like when we start basketball in the NAIA, at the same time that volleyball, cross country, and football are going on. It's all at one time. So it's part of staying busy, part of keeping the campus active, but there's a lot happening coming up in the future. That's what's coming up next for the Vikings. The Vikings will have the basketball to start half number 2. 38-35, a little decided in the opening half of this matchup tonight. Valley City State back to work with the basketball to start the second half, down 3. Tyrell Krieger getting a screen from Odair Lang, driving right. He'll go right to the basket and misses. That was an ISO play the Vikings wanted to run. They want to get Krieger scoring. Again, Krieger, 20-point performer in the conference thus far, 20 points per game. They need him, and Tyrell was held slow with just 4 in the opening half of basketball. John Evans heading off to Jake Daniel. Daniel coming back over towards the right side of the floor, surveying from way outside the arc, trying to set a play in motion. He'll hand it to Kosei Egbule. Egbule a long look inside, not much there. Back to Evans on top. He'll pull the trigger for 3, hits it. Well, if there's not going to be much inside, take the 3, and Dickinson State's shot the ball lights out from the three-point line. We talked about that in the opening half as they went out and lit it up, 46% in the opening half from the three-point line. They start strong here, taking their lead to 6 at 41-35. Lamar Grayson to Caden Grindy for the Vikings. Look left side to Tyrell Krieger. Odair Lang, they need him to get in the scoring streak as well. He was held scoreless in the post in that first half. Krieger a stop, turn, double pivot, fall away on the baseline, trickles over the front. And the Blue Hawks can take a 3-possession lead. The Vikings had one of those in the opening half. Dickinson State can look for their first. Evans, bounce pass between the trap to Egbule for the Blue Hawks. He'll look to the right side, Trey Stevens taking a look against Shaheed Muhammad, put his back to the basket momentarily. Now a stop, Braden Palmer trying to look for the high-low game, they can't find it. Daniel swings it back to Egbule in the left corner. Hard take down the baseline, ball stripped loose, it's out of bounds off of Lamar Grayson, and it will be Blue Hawk basketball. Only 4 seconds remain on the shot clock for Dickinson State. Inbounds from Trey Stevens. Loops it into Evans. Clock ticking. 3 with 2 on the shot clock. A foul line jumper for Evans is short. Odair Lang the rebound. Vikings push tempo. Grindy in the left corner. Backing his way in against Daniel along the baseline. Spin. Tried to pivot in. Kicks out. Odair Lang for 3. It's off the heel of the rim. And the rebound to Kosei Egbule for Dickinson State. Odair can hit that shot, but you could see the Blue Hawks in that sequence. They were going to let him have it. Daniel to Evans on the top of the key. I'll look back to Kosei Egbule. He'll hand to Trey Stevens. Looking left. Stevens stops left elbow. Backs away from Grindy and looks off to the right side. Bounce pass to Daniel on the top of the key. Back to Evans, left wing. He'll take a 3. Strong. Odair Lang with a rebound. Very, very sluggish start offensively for both teams. Vikings down 6 into the front court. Grindy with a post entry, but an offensive foul will wipe it out. Lamar Grayson going to be called for a charge. Grayson making a nice dribble drive and draw. It opened up Grindy, but Lamar ran into a Blue Hawk on the back end of that and gets called for an offensive foul. And Dickinson State will get the basketball back. Not a ton of protest from the Viking bench. Not a ton of protest from Lamar Grayson. Egbule will inbound. The Vikings set up their trap. Ball right side. Kosei Egbule. Back to Trey Stevens. Stevens draws the trap right in front of the stripe. Bounces through it to John Evans. Evans will run left and then reverses to Stevens out in the middle of the floor to reset the offense. Back to Evans. A look into Braden Palmer in the post against Odair Lang. Palmer trying to back his way in. Stop, pivot, whistle, and a foul. Odair hands on, perhaps. It'll be Odair Lang that picks up the foul, his first. Been a tough night for Odair. Handful of rebounds, hasn't found a shot to go through. His first foul. Inbounds pass to Evans out of the left corner for Dickinson State. He curls back to the top of the key and draws Odair Lang again. Daniel off to the right side for Trey Stevens. Stevens taking a look. Ball swings top of the key for John Evans. Dickinson stay patient here. They go into the post for Egbule, cut it around to Palmer. Shot blocked from behind. Odier blocked it. Loose ball to Tyrell Krieger. The Vikings wanted to push, didn't have the angle to get up the floor. Olang backing in, turnaround hook, nibbles off the front of the rim and won't fall. 3 points have been scored between the two teams in the first 3 minutes of the second half. It's 41-35. Dickinson State leading by 6. They've got the only scoring in the second half, a John Evans 3. Ball right side with Jake Daniel. Turning back top of the key. Egbule to Palmer. High-low game works. Braden Palmer will score. Beautiful high-low look for Dickinson State. They've been trying that for a while, haven't really had the success with it. That time they find it, and they lead by a 7-point margin now at 43-35. Correction, an 8-point margin at 43-35. Inside, Odier Olang dribbling in, misses off the glass. That was a good look. Odier couldn't finish it. Egbule left side for Daniel, and the Blue Hawks can go up double figures. Stevens between the rings. Evans right side. Grayson comes out to press him. Evans setting down the dribble to his left. Egbule comes back to relieve the pressure. He'll work left, spins back right, took a step to the left and draws a late whistle for a foul. Grindy or Krieger, likely Grindy on the back end, and it is Caden Grindy that picks up the call. This will put Kosei Egbule on the foul line. The Vikings held scoreless officially for 4 minutes of the second half, and Kosei Egbule with 2 points, the leading scorer for Dickinson State, will go to the foul line trying to push the lead to 10 for Dickinson State. A little back and forth between Ryan Montgomery and one of the officials as well. Ladarius Stanfield is at the table. Odier Olang had stepped off, but I'm not sure if they had subbed at the appropriate time. So right now the Vikings with only 4 on the floor, and they'll wait for Ladarius Stanfield to come out. Egbule will shoot foul shots. His opener is good. Boy, pretty quiet gym in that sequence as well. Crowd is a bit sparse, and one of the reasons, the student body's not here. Viking students still away for the holiday break, and sometimes on a very cold Saturday afternoon when it was 13 below zero this morning and just barely above zero in the afternoon, it might be tough to coax some fans out to fill up the seats the students normally occupy. Egbule hits them both. The lead is 10 for Dickinson State at 45-35, just over 4 minutes gone by in the second half of play. Grindy left corner for Valley City State. A turn, Ladarius Stanfield, he'll take the three. It's off the heel of the rim. And the clock continuing to tick on the shutout for the Vikings in the second half. Evans up the floor, finding Trey Stevens to loose away from Caden Grindy on the trapping pressure. Egbule back to Evans, looking to the foul line, kicking out Jake Daniel for 3. That's a big shot. Jake Daniel steps back, hits a 3. He's got 9. Dickinson State opens it up with a 10-0 run against the Vikings to start the second half, and it's a 13-point Blue Hawk lead at 48-35. 15-18 to play in the second half of the LaRue Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. It will be a 30-second timeout. We'll take one and be back with more in a moment on Viking and Blue Hawk basketball. We're back with more next. Stay with us.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
We owe you a station identification break. We'll do that for you coming up as time permits. Do stay with us. Note to our studio engineer at KDIX and Dickinson. I'll take care of it for the fans here in Valley City. 48-35, a 10-0 run for Dickinson State. That has eclipsed nearly 5 minutes of the second half. It put the Vikings down 13. Tyrell Krieger driving, handing off to Lamar Grayson. Grayson a stop in the lane. Tough, awkward jump shot that was challenged. The Vikings thought they were fouled. They do not get the call. Trey Stevens comes away with the rebound, and Dickinson State is back into the front court with the basketball, looking to build on their 10-0 second half advantage. Daniel off the dribble for 3 is off the heel. Stanfield comes down with a rebound. Cordell Stinson did check in during the break for Dickinson State. Krieger bluffs on a three, finds Lamar Grayson, got his man in the air, goes to the basket, misses, point blank. Grayson got his own miss and puts it back, and that breaks up the run. It was 5 minutes and 21 seconds of shutout basketball that was pitched by Dickinson State against the Vikings. That pushed the lead to 13. It's currently 11. Stinson stripped on his way in. This turns into a held ball. Blue Hawks will have the advantage of the arrow. Let's take the timeout for station identification. This is Viking and Blue Hawk basketball. Ryan Cunningham with you from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. We see a foul on a play coming inside, and Tyrell Krieger shakes his head in the negative. He didn't think that he had committed a foul, but he gets called for a reach. Dickinson State leading 48-37. The Blue Hawks held the Vikings scoreless for 5 minutes and 21 seconds of the second half, going on a 13-0 run to push the lead. Rather, it was an 10-0 run that pushed the lead to 13. Kosei Egbule a take to the basket, ends up missing but fights off for his own rebound against Jaden Pacha. Stumbles out of bounds but found Cordell Stinson, and a three on the way by Trey Stevens that won't fall. Another long rebound, and Egbule had the ball, couldn't hold it. Jaden Pacha is going to be called for a foul, chasing Egbule for the rebound. Pacha has his second. The Vikings have 2 second-half points and 4 second-half fouls in 5 minutes and 59 seconds of work. This has been the Sahara Desert of dry spells for the Vikings in the second half. Inbounds pass, Trey Stevens, near side for Evans. Jaden Wright flexing back, bounce pass underneath. Daniel will score. What a cut. Dickinson State executing that play extremely well. We have a problem, folks, with our audio. I apologize for those of you on the video side of things. I'm not sure what has happened here, but we're having a little bit of an issue here. I'm not sure what has been triggered. I'm looking for the source of what's going on there, and I apologize. I am unable to find it at this point. Looks like we got it stopped. My apologies. We'll suspend our replays for the moment. That seemed to be what triggered that problem. Inside, ball taken up by Tyrell Krieger. Krieger trying to step up with his left hand and misses. Those of you on the radio side, you likely did not hear that, but that was an interesting situation that we had going on the video side of things there, and I'm not sure what happened there. Ball on the right side of the floor taken by Trey Stevens for Dickinson State. It's 50-37. The Blue Hawks leading by 13 as a game that kind of spirals out of control for the Vikings, and a timeout taken by Dickinson State. We're going to take one as well. It's a timeout, 30-second style for the Blue Hawks. The Blue Hawks leading 50-37 over Valley City State with 13:09 to play second half on the LaRue Financial scoreboard. We've got more coming up in a couple of moments on Viking and Blue Hawk basketball, and we continue with it after this.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Well, apologies for those of you on the radio side of things. You were getting the old interview from Dennis McCulloch, and that never should have happened. I'm not sure what went on in that sequence, but we'll work on that for you, folks. We've had some technical gremlins come up. Not sure exactly why. Ball with Dickinson State. They lead 50-37 over Valley City State. Jake Daniel on the top of the key. Crossing his dribble to the left hand. Kicks out to Cordell Stinson. Ball knocked loose. This may be a backcourt violation. Oh, they're going to say that was tipped. It's a shot clock violation anyway. Now we're going to see a shot clock violation finally indicated. The Vikings thought it was a backcourt violation by Dickinson State, and now we've got Jaden Wright talking with Lamar Grayson. There was some back and forth going on there, and the three officials, for whatever reason, instinctively rallied to the Vikings and not Dickinson State, as you would think it might be a little bit more even on the response than that. Jaden Wright's going to step off the floor. Kosei Egbule will come in to replace him. I'm not sure what got into Wright or what got into Lamar Grayson. But it's been a frustrating second half for the Vikings. The Vikings have been held to 2 points for 7 minutes and 8 seconds of the second half, trailing by 13 at 50-37. Really solid first half of basketball. The second half has been not quite the same. Tyrell Krieger into the front court for Valley City State, drifting left. Gets a screen from Ladarius Stanfield as he comes back right and hands it off to Lamar Grayson. Grayson a drive, got to the basket, and he'll draw a foul. Foul will go against the Blue Hawks, number 40. No, Cordell Stinson. They showed 40, but it's number 30, Cordell Stinson. Stinson will pick up his third. When they put up 40, I was like, okay, what's going on there? There is no 40 on the floor right now for Dickinson State, but it was Cordell Stinson that drew the foul. First on the way for Lamar Grayson, and that is good. Lamar Grayson, now 4 of 5 from the foul line. He's got 16. He has the only 3 points for Valley City State in the entire second half. It cuts the Dickinson State lead to 12 at 50-38. Grayson second, left it off the heel of the rim, and Egbule comes down with a rebound. So the lead's still 12. The Vikings having to really rely on their defense here to find a way back in this one, and that way back in this one could be a long way back with the stagnation of the offense. Stinson on the left wing, a turn towards the paint, backing away, kicks one across to Daniel. Underneath, Braden Palmer will score. Another pretty play. Braden Palmer helping break down the Viking defense. Lead is 14 for Dickinson State at 52-38 with 12:10 to play in the second half. Shaheed Muhammad stepping left, coming back right, found an alley, drives his way in, kicks out, and a Ladarius Stanfield mid-range jump shot that's strong. Boy, the Vikings not getting high percentage looks here at all. Rebound comes down with Kosei Egbule. He'll leave it to Stinson, and Stanfield came over to pick his pocket. Lamar Grayson takes the ball from Stanfield. It works to Tyrell Krieger, and he threw it to no one. Left it up the floor in the post, and I'm not sure who the intended target was. He looped it up towards the basket, and it was too strong for a pair of Vikings that were down low trying to measure the play. Now 8 minutes and 14 seconds into this, and a baseball pass to Braden Palmer against the trap. He'll play it back to John Evans. The Vikings held to 3 points for 8 minutes, 20 seconds and counting in the second half. Evans, left side of the floor, backs out. Turns it back top of the key for Aiden Fischel. Fischel off towards the right. Kosei Egbule into Evans. And an offensive foul. Braden Palmer apparently hands-on against Ladarius Stanfield down underneath the basket. Palmer's third. Vikings have 1 field goal in 8:31. And it's hard to tell why. If it's the Vikings not executing their play, if Dickinson State has really ramped up their defense to this level. Couple of missed shots, obviously. Grayson looking for a screen, got it, drives, off the glass, rolls in. Lamar Grayson getting the second field goal for the Vikings. All 5 points in the second half for Lamar Grayson. And it's 52-40, the Vikings back within 12. Egbule trapped, found John Evans. Near side of the floor to Fischel. Ball fake towards the left wing. Fischel stops, comes back to Evans on top. Near side, Jake Daniel curling his way into the foul line. Gives it back to Egbule, working from right to left, cutting left side of the floor. Vikings dropping back, it looks like 1-3-1. Egbule left side, down to the baseline, denied. Gets it back against Shaheed Muhammad, muscles in, kicks out to Daniel, and they didn't get that one off by the time the shot clock stopped. Shot clock violation against Dickinson State, and the ball will go back to the Vikings. And we've got Blue Hawk head coach Derek Selvig all over an official on the back end. It's clearly a shot clock violation. I don't think Selvig's arguing that. I think he's arguing about something else. And some of the Viking women's basketball players across the way asking for a technical foul. Meanwhile, the Vikings down 12. Krieger, hard Euro step to the basket. Another layup strong. Rebound Jake Daniel for Dickinson State. Out to Kosei Egbule and up the floor to John Evans for the Blue Hawks, who continue to lead 52-40 on the LaRue-Lago Financial scoreboard. Evans catch and shoot 3 off the heel of the rim. Ladarius Stanfield taking the basketball on a long rebound. Stanfield into the front court for Valley City State. A look to Lamar Grayson, and here's an offensive foul against Lamar Grayson, teaming up against Aiden Fischel. 2 field goals for 9 minutes and 48 seconds of the second half of play so far for the Vikings. Down 52-40. If there's any good news, they somehow have managed to stay within 12 points in this matchup as Patcha will deny a pass down low. And we're going to see Oseno Nagome stepping in for Valley City State. Nagome will come in to replace Ladarius Stanfield in the lineup. Nagome, a 6'7" senior forward from Osseo, Minnesota. Bounce pass comes into Aiden Fischel for Dickinson State. Fischel stepping left, backing away against Shahid Muhammad. Jake Daniel into John Evans on the left block. Evans trying to back down against Nagome. Hard take in the lane, turn, fall away jump shot, strong off the heel. Nagome has a long rebound. Knocked off his footing. Tyrell Krieger's asking for a foul on the back end as the Vikings transition up. Krieger a head fake. He'll pull the trigger for three, and it's off the front of the rim. And Kosei Egbule has the rebound. It remains a 12-point lead for Dickinson State, 52-40. 10.5 minutes of the second half for the Vikings with 2 field goals and 5 points. Egbule on top looking in. Braden Palmer comes over left elbow, actually left block, backing down against Nagome. Nagome tried to sell charge, didn't get the sell. Braden Palmer rolls one over the front of the rim for his 8th point. 54-40, Vikings down 14. Will the Vikings add fight to 54-40 here? Ball left side of the floor with 9:10 to go. They hand to Lamar Grayson. Off to the left wing for Tyrell Krieger. Krieger driving right, back to the basket against Jake Daniel. Hands to Shahid Muhammad. Now on top, Patcha deep three. Not sure where that came from. Shahid Muhammad's not even attempting to take 3-point shots at this point for the Vikings, and he's a pretty good 3-point shooter. We're under 9 minutes to play. I believe we've got a media stoppage coming up on the next dead ball. Ball near side of the floor. Picked up in a turnover forced by the Vikings on a post-entry pass from Aiden Fischel. Fischel knocks the ball away, intended for Lamar Grayson, back the other direction. And the officials look at the table right now. They can't remember if there's been a stoppage or not. Media timeout with 8:38 left to go here in the second half. And this one is a real slugfest physically, but not a lot going on the scoreboard. 54-40. Dickinson State by 14 over Valley City State, the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Got a full timeout brought to you by Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. And we'll have to pause just for a moment here before we have a chance to take that timeout, folks, due to a technical issue that we're having here in the broadcast booth. So stay with us here. We'll try to get to our pause coming up here in a couple of moments. I know we owe you one, and we'll try to at least get a 30 out of it. We've had a system crash here that will not allow. I mean, I'll tell you what, we've had everything. Yesterday, we had all kinds of problems. I apologize to my engineer in Dickinson. We're not going to be able to take the pause here at this point. We'll just have to keep it here. We're not sure when they're going to come out of the timeout. We should have had a minute time out there, but we've had just every technical difficulty thrown at us. It must be the first of the year. And again, it doesn't, one of the things that comes up is the schedule that we've had with play at home, be gone for 2 weeks, play at home. And we've had about 5 or 6 home games this season. And our systems just haven't been able to really be fine-tuned for what we're dealing with here. Numbers that we have for you at the media stoppage with 8:38 to go. Jake Daniels with 11, John Evans with 10 for Dickinson State. 8 points apiece for Trey Stevens and also Braden Palmer. Cordell Stinson with 6 to lead the way for Dickinson State. Lamar Grayson has 18 for the Vikings. No one else with more than 6 at this point. Turnovers 12-11. Dickinson State's turned it over 12 times. Rebounding advantage now 28-21 Dickinson State, but that's because the Vikings have just missed a ton of shots. Vikings down 14. They've scored 5 points in the second half. We played 11.5 minutes of it. On the top, Oseno Nagome looking towards the left side, handing off to Lamar Grayson. Caden Grindy out to Tyrell Krieger. Little flex motion here for the Vikings. Krieger spin left side, may have gotten away with a walk in his post entry, deflected by Aiden Fischel. The Blue Ox will force a turnover and work back the other direction against Valley City State. And Fischel will come to a stop on the near sideline. We'll see a foul against Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad's second. I looked down on my scorebook just to make sure that I had this right. The score was 38-35, Dickinson State at the break. And I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything as we roll this through. But, yeah, it's 5 points in the second half for the Vikings. Nearly 12 minutes in, Lamar Grayson, 2 field goals, 1 of 2 the foul line, and that's all of the offense for the Vikings in the second half. Braden Palmer steps off, and Weston Zacher, that big-bodied freshman out of Elgin, will come back into the matchup for the Blue Hawks. And Aiden Fischel finds himself at the foul line for Dickinson State, trying to build a 14-point lead or build on it, and he'll connect on the front end. Makes it 55-40. The The Blue Hawks by 15. I mean, the Blue Hawks have scored just 17 points in the second half as well, so it's not like it's been lights out offensively for Dickinson State either, but they've been able to score 6 field goals, 4 of 4 at the foul line for Dickinson State. The Vikings just have not been able to find the bottom of the basket. 56-40, Dickinson State leading by 16 with 8 minutes to play. Shahid Muhammad, teardrop, left it short. Rebound taken down by Trey Stevens for Dickinson State. A runner into the lane. Vikings can't come up with it. Trey Stevens will come away with the rebound. Stevens a stop, a look to the far sideline, finds Kosei Egbule. Egbule working a dribble towards the near side, crosses back to the right elbow, got inside the lane, turns it back to Stevens, baseline move. Stevens a stop on the block, kicks back, Evans on the baseline from 13, hits it. John Evans with a dozen. And the Vikings are down 58-40 with 7.5 to go. Viking fans a little listless right now. Lamar Grayson on the left side of the floor, working back top of the key, crossover dribble, a stop. Caden Grindy. Grindy ball faking, coming back left against Evans. Spin move, pulls up in front of the basket, missed the basket. Off the side of the window, rebound to Evans. And the Blue Hawks have a chance to take a 20-point lead with 7 minutes to go in the matchup. Stevens out between the rings, working right side, finding Cordell Stinson. Stinson will hand it off to Kosei Egbule. Egbule working right, a stop, a look to the right corner. Taken by Zacher on his post-entry pass to Cordell Stinson, will net a Viking foul. Foul will go against Shahid Muhammad, his third. The only thing I can guess for the Viking offense is that the plans they had for Agua Naiwesh to be in it, very heavy dependent on Agua, and with him not here, it may have just left an imbalance for the Vikings here that they just don't really have an answer right now. Stinson with 7. The lead is 19 at 59-40, and this for the Blue Hawks to go up by 20. And it's off the heel. It'll remain a 19-point game. Rebound to Oseno Nagom. 6:45 to go. Clock didn't stop. Dickinson State's asking for it to start. Actually, it did not start. Now it does. Oseno Nagom, top of the key, handing off for Tyrell Krieger. Krieger driving left baseline, works his way inside, kept his eyes forward, ball faking, got trapped underneath the basket, found Nagom, now Grayson, baseline jumper good. Lamar Grayson with 7. And the Vikings will call for timeout as the lead is 17. This will be a full timeout, and we will take it for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. We'll try to get one back for you. Vikings down 17 to the Blue Hawks, 59-42. We have a timeout. We're back with more in a moment. Viking and Blue Hawk basketball continues next. Here are the voice of the Vikings, voice of the Valley, KOVC, and on the voice of the Blue Hawks, KDIX and Dickinson.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Timeout taken by Valley City State following a basket for Lamar Grayson. In the second half for the Vikings, we're 13 minutes and 31 seconds into it. In the second half, Lamar Grayson has 7 Viking points, and the rest of the team is scoreless. The Vikings have been outscored at that level. It was 38-35 at the break. It's 21-7 in the second half, Dickinson State, and it's 59-42. The lead is 17 for the Blue Hawks with 6:15 to play, and the Vikings have had one player score in the first 14 minutes of the second half. It really is a mind-boggling set of circumstances that have come together that took a really good game in the first half and really sent it sideways. Trey Stevens' reverse layup missed. Egbule with an offensive rebound, then lost the ball out of bounds, and it'll go back to Valley City State. But there are scorers on this team. I mean, that's just there are scorers on this basketball team, and Valley City State has not been able to get a roll, a nudge, a look, and it seems like they've been a little discombobulated as far as the game plan. Jerome Washington, Grindy on the baseline, looking underneath at Tyrell Krieger, flashing through. Ball back to Grayson, second man into the high post, and knocked away from him from behind. He lost handle of it. Trey Stevens will take it back, and Dickinson State will come back into the front court, leading by 17. Ball right side, Stevens. Stinson driving against Washington. Oseno Nagome came over to front the shot. Good minutes here for Oseno Nagome off the bench, but a transition pass up the floor that was too strong for Grindy on the sideline. He tried to save it in bounds, and the ball's going back to Dickinson State as it ends up out of bounds. You just kind of keep looking at the clock, and one Viking has scored in the first 14:41 of the second half. I'm wondering if you got to wonder at this point who the second Viking is going to be to score in the second half. 3-on-2 after the beaten trap. Egbule with the Euro step to the basket himself. He'll score. Kosei Egbule with 6. Bit of a quiet game for Kosei Egbule, but the Blue Hawks haven't needed them. Lead back to 19. 62-41, an illegal screen against Oseno Nagome. Ryan Montgomery stands back up and talks about the screen, and I think Oseno Nagome is arguing his case at this point, and not much of an appetite to argue it, and even whether you have it or not, I mean, whether the argument goes in your favor or not at that point, the problem is when you look at the scoreboard and you see what's gone on, it's just that kind of thing, right? Inbounds pass backcourt, picked up by Trey Stevens. Stinson off the right side of the floor for Jake Daniel. Back to Stevens. Stevens spinning his way back to the near side. Bounce pass off to the right. Taken up by Dickinson's John Evans. Into the post for Weston Zacher. He'll find Stinson cutting to the basket. Nagome blocked the shot. Stinson picks it up, plays it back to the perimeter, and Caden Grindy will be called for a foul. Reaching across Trey Stevens. Grindy second. Look down the bench as well. You know, in the non-conference season, Genesis Kemp had quite a few minutes going, and he's way down at the end of the bench right now, and it doesn't look like the Vikings have an intention of putting him in at this point today. And just kind of wonder what could be kind of amiss with the Vikings right now, as it just doesn't look healthy. 9 points for Trey Stevens. Lead is now 20 for Dickinson State at 62-42. And Stevens back at the line trying to make it a 21-point edge with 4:41 left to go in the game. And the second is good for Trey Stevens. He's got 10. Believe that is the third double-figure scorer today for Dickinson State. Top of the key, Oseno Nagome for the Vikings. Lamar Grayson driving in, looking back out to the wing. Jerome Washington, he'll pull up from 17 feet. That won't fall. Tries to chase down his own miss. Ball ends up out of bounds off of Washington. And we'll go back to the Blue Hawks. And we'll see a whistle here for a moment. Must be a clock or score clock issue here. An official coming over talking with the scorer's table. Not sure what the conversation might be about. And now a couple of officials will get together to talk this one through. This is probably the last thing you want at this point. I mean, unless there is a huge outpouring of offense late, the game kind of out of reach. And to have a slowdown of this magnitude when you're in a 21-point situation is not really what you're looking for at the moment. And see what's going to happen here. It sounds like this is all about the shot clock at this point, and they're resetting it to 21 seconds. And technically, you've got to get it right. Now the teams have come over to the sidelines. It looks like Dickinson State's going to call for timeout. So the Blue Hawks will call for a timeout with 4:22 remaining in the game. It'll be a full timeout. We'll take it with you here today as well from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Dickinson State leading Valley City State 63-42 on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. More Viking basketball and Blue Hawk basketball is on the way next.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, We're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Well, they're playing jump around here at the W. Yasmin Fieldhouse. My generation's music. I'm trying to get people to do the thing, but they're just not doing the thing. They're not. Apparently, it's not the kind of day to do it. It's cold outside and hasn't been all that fun, and so they're just not doing the thing. 63-42. Dickinson State leading Valley City State by 21, 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. The Vikings have 7 second-half points. Lamar Grayson has them all. Inside, Weston Zacher flashing to the high left post, back and down on Nagome. A stop on the block, back to Stinson. Stinson to the basket, little finger roll layup will score. Cordell Stinson with his 9th. And the Vikings down by 23 at 65-42. Inside of 4 minutes to go in the second half. A turn to the right side by Krieger. Kick out to Oseno Nagome. Left alone for 3. 3-point shot on the way is off the heel. Grindy, an offensive rebound for the Vikings, and he'll be called for an offensive foul. Back and down against Jake Daniel. A couple of Viking fans are a little upset here in the parents section, but Grindy going to be called for a charge. That'll be his 3rd. And the Blue Hawks will get the basketball back with 3:38 to play. Ball in the middle of the floor. Jaden Wright will hand it off to Cordell Stinson. Stinson off the right side for Jake Daniel. Stepping, driving into the lane, kick out. Weston Zacher for 3 is off the heel. And the rebound comes down the far side of the floor with the Vikings' Tyrell Krieger. Krieger backs his way in. He got to the basket and scored. And the second Viking of the half to score is Tyrell Krieger. And that comes with 16 minutes and 43 seconds off the clock. Tough situation. Inside, Weston Zacher, high post entry pass. Grayson ripped it free. Zacher was able to pull it back down, turns it back out to the point for Aiden Fischel. Back inside, Zacher gets stripped again by Oseno Nagome. I apologize, folks. I think I flipped into my hockey terminology there for a moment. I said back out to the point. That should have been the wing. When you're looking at it from an offensive standpoint, from a hockey mind, that was the point. But every once in a while, I get those terms intermixed. Cordell Stinson trying to dunk, left that one loose. And the rebound brought down by Caden Grindy. Oseno Nagome will go to the glass and score. Oseno Nagome with his first 2 today. And the Vikings are back within 19 at 65-46. 2.5 to go here in the second half. Ball on the right side of the floor with Jaden Wright. Wright stepping in towards the foul line. We'll hand it back off to the right for Aiden Fischel. Weston Zacher through his hands to Cordell Stinson on the right. Stinson turning back to Jaden Wright. Head fake Drew Washington. Behind the back dribble by Wright. Down to the left block. Turn, follow away jumper. Missed. And Krieger comes down with a rebound for the Vikings. Krieger up front wants a screen from Caden Grindy. Got it to hold up Stinson. A stop by Krieger into Grindy. Follow away hook shot missed, and Stinson has the Blue Hawk rebound. Down to 2 minutes to play in the second half. Tough conference weekend for Valley City State. Vikings will fall to 10-6 overall campaign and going to fall to 1-4 in the conference, I believe. And a pull-up on the near side for Jaden Wright is good. Jaden Wright with 5. Let's go back to those standings. Vikings 1-3 after this game comes to an end today. Dickinson State will move to 3-0, and they'll now go to 500+1 on the season at 7-6 in the overall campaign. As the Blue Hawks will make some changes here, but this is just a tough weekend for the Vikings. They were in the game with the University of Jamestown last night, lost at 85-81. And here today, down by 3 at the break, 38-35, but the offense just completely eluded them. Held scoreless for 5:21 of the second half. Second man for the Vikings didn't score until 3:17 left of the second half. Jerome Washington is blocked by new Blue Hawk Griffin Dowdy, a 6'4 freshman from Pleasant View, Utah. And some other Blue Hawks have checked in. Britton Cranston, 5'10 sophomore out of Dickinson, North Dakota. Hometown kid comes into the game. Will Beckstead, 6'4 freshman from Orem, Utah, makes his first appearance in the matchup as well. And with 1:15 left, Blue Hawks get it back after a 3 by Grayson gets disrupted on the way in. Fischel up front, stepping up top of the key, working right side. Weston Zacher out between the rings, finding Cranston. Left side three-point shot on the way, no good for Griffin Dowdy. And a rebound to Tyrell Krieger for the Vikings. Grindy into the front court, working right side, bodies up in, lost handle of the ball, but found Oseno Nagome. From 14, Nagome will score. 4 points for Oseno Nagome. Vikings back within 20 at 68-48. Ball on the right side of the floor. Dowdy underneath, and Weston Zacher will get inside and score. I can see what the Blue Hawks see in Weston Zacher. He's a project. 6'7 freshman, but I'll tell you what, he's got some really good skills and some good basketball IQ. He's just a freshman, and when I say he's a freshman, he's a freshman. He's learning the college game, but with the size that he has and the mentality that he has, he's been bumped around a little bit here today, and he absolutely does not care. 3 on the near side of the floor strong. There's Zacher with an offensive rebound to put back. I mean, you can tell he's a freshman. He doesn't have that college smooth as of yet, but he's got a future, and I can see why the Blue Hawks like him. And the Vikings will dribble into the front court. We were going to have Lamar Grayson dribble it out. I think he was told to run a play. Grayson was going to be satisfied to dribble it out with a lead 24 for Dickinson State. Jerome Washington turning, got to the basket at the horn, counted 1 for Jerome Washington. So Washington with 8 and has a chance to go to the foul line for a 9th. And the Viking crowd comes to life for Jerome Washington. I'm not sure if Jerome Washington just hit a milestone shot on that or not, but they got it to Jerome Washington inside, and the crowd really coming to life as if Jerome has done something special. Washington with 9, and the final score in this one is Dickinson State 72 and Valley City State 51. The Vikings fall to 1-3 in conference play. Dickinson State remains unblemished at 3-0 in the league. We'll come back with a wrap-up in just a couple moments, so do stay with us. This is coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball on KDIX in Dickinson, KOVC in Valley City. We're back to wrap things up right after this. Stay here.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right. Lever's Foods.
Happy New Year from Lever's Foods. All this week, save on Pizza Corner frozen pizzas, $6.88. Our Family shredded or chunk cheese, 2 for $3.88. Our Family potato chips, 2 for just $3.88. And boneless beef top sirloin steak, only $6.99 a pound. Deliveries available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Final score in this one here today is Dickinson State defeating Valley City State 72-51 in men's play. With the win, Dickinson State will improve to 7-6 overall, but 3-0 inside the league. And the loss is going to push Valley City State to 10-6 in the overall category, 1-3 inside the conference. A disastrous second half today for the Viking men. They were held scoreless for the first 5:21 of the second half and had only one man score for the first 16 minutes and 43 seconds of the second half. And in the long run, a game that was just a 3-point game at the halftime break ends up spinning away, and Dickinson State makes it a split of the day today between women's and men's play, and the men go on the road and win twice in the conference as we make our way to our post-game report. Let's give you the totals on this one today. First of all, for Dickinson State, they were led by just a 12-point day. John Evans with 12, Jake Daniels with 11, Trey Stevens with 10. I mean, not flashy numbers, right? Cordell Stinson, Weston Zacher, each with 9. 8 points for Braden Palmer today. Kosei Egbule, their leading scorer, limited to just 6. Jaden Wright ends up with 5. Adden Fischel with 2 points today for Dickinson State. For the Vikings, 20 points for Lamar Grayson, and the rest of the team with 31, and that's going to be perplexing. Jerome Washington with 9, Tyrell Krieger added 6, Jaden Pacha, Caden Grindy, and Oseno Nagome all with 4, and 2 each for Ladarius Stanfield and Caden Grindy today. Or are there 2 for Shahid Muhammad? I correct myself. Caden Grindy had 4 today. The Vikings shot 41% from the field, but had a 27% shooting performance in the second half. They were 7 of 26. Dickinson State shot 45% from the field, but 48% on the front side of the half, 43% on the back side of the half. Rebounding advantage, Dickinson 36-28, 8-4 in the offensive glass. Turnovers, Dickinson State 13, the Vikings 17. Some of that came late, but the Vikings beaten today by a final score of 72-51. In women's play earlier today, the Viking women with a big win as the Vikings defeat Dickinson State 79-52. With that, we wrap up our coverage of Viking and Blue Hawk basketball today. Stick around, because on Friday we're back here again with the Vikings and Mayville State. Dickinson State will have coverage of their matchup coming up next week on KDIX as well. Stay tuned to KDIX for further broadcast details. And we'll have the Barnes County Boys Basketball Tournament starting here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse on Tuesday with 3 games. Join us for Valley City White Shield, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, Enderlin, and Maple River and Barnes County North coming up on Tuesday. That'll do it for our coverage of Viking basketball today. Thanks to everybody who joined us for our coverage here this afternoon and this evening. The Vikings with a split, winning 79-52 in women's play, defeated in men's play by a score of 72-51. That'll do it for our coverage. For KDIX, for KOVC Sports, for I3G Media Sports, I'm Ryan Cunningham saying so long, everybody.